Hello and welcome to Alan Wake Remastered. It's tradition that at the start of a new stream year, the first streamed game is Alan Wake, and so to kick off 2026 on the channel, here is Alan Wake. This was the first game I streamed back in 2016 when I became a streamer on Twitch, and so this year also marks the 10th year of being a streamer. Hey there, Ryu. Happy New Year to you as well, dude. I hope things are going well. I hope you had a great start. Where it all begins again. Absolutely. You're not wrong there. This and Dead Rising 1. First games that I streamed way back when. Hey there, Not Fry. Happy New Year to you. I hope you had a great start. I'll just pin that message to the top of chat about the remastered video commentary. Not Fry, thank you very, very much for the 90 stream streak. 90 streak, damn. I'll say, that's awesome. Thank you very, very much for that. That's really cool. In October last year, I did a playthrough with the game's original 2010 video commentary. And so, for this playthrough, I wanted to play with the remastered video commentary active, which is different. So they didn't just take the original commentary and redo it and just put it onto the remastered version as well. It's a completely new one that they did from scratch for the remastered version. So what that means is I'll still talk and stuff. It's not a no mic playthrough or anything like that. It's just basically playthrough with video commentary active, so when it pops up we just stop and listen to it. Not Fry, 90 days is like 3 months almost. Crazy. It really, really is when you look at it in terms of months as well, you know. But yeah. And then you think about that's 90 streams that I've actually done. At minimum as well. And for 2025, the total number of playthroughs I ended up doing, and this also included DLC that I just played on its own, but when I finished Watch Dogs and the Bad Blood DLC for the basic challenge, that was the 106th playthrough that I did in 2025. So, let's see if I can match that, or better, for 2026. Subtitles enabled. Video commentary, so it's on the original from the last time I played this. Now we switch to the remastered ones. New game, and I'm just playing on normal. Oh, thank you, Nofry, for the Happy New Year wishes. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, definitely the 1st of January here. In fact, it'll soon be the 2nd. Well, quite a lot of hours from now. It's getting close to 5 PM. Hey there, Anasune. Happy New Year to you. Hope things are going well. Oh, I see, Nofry. It's still the 31st of December. That's totally fair. Well, I hope you have a great end to 2025 and a great start to 2026. So 2 more hours and then it'll be the 1st for you. Not long to go then. Not afraid. Oh yeah, you'll have a great new year sitting on your couch and or PC. That's the way. It's always good too, as well, to finish a year out just chilling. Anasune, yeah, things are alright. You finally accomplished what you wanted to do in Watch Dogs. Got to level 50 before Open Your World. Oh, excellent. That's a big feat. So that's really cool that you're able to get that done. That's really good.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the hitchhiker too late. He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone. I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stand my feet.
Hello, this is Sam Lake. I'm the creative director of Remedy and the lead writer of original Alan Wake. Welcome to the commentary track of Alan Wake Remastered. I'm excited to talk about things that I kind of feel should not be talked about. You know, the unanswered mystery and all. I very much think that you own this now, this story, this experience, this game. You are free to find your own answers from it. Your own theories. You are free to love and hate the parts that you love and hate. Nothing I say makes any theory more official than another. It's just my theory, what I was thinking when I wrote it, but maybe I didn't see or know what it really was about. So, a spoiler alert is in order. I will talk about things here as if you had already gone on this journey. Also, potentially mentioning things of other Remedy games in similar way in the process. I will definitely say a couple of words about Control and how it ties to Alan Wake. So if you are playing for the first time, you might want to turn off this commentary from the option screen and come back to this later on.
Unfortunately, there's no subtitles, even for the remastered commentary. There wasn't for the original either.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Hey there, Lizzie. Happy New Year to you. I really hope that you're going to have a great 2026. Hope things are going well.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you could just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now. missed your deadline!
Damn.
You can't stop me!
I realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
Hello there, Sona. Happy New Year to you. Hope you have a great 2026. How's things? Busy, you're using alcohol to deal with the fireworks, plus it hadn't been that bad yet. That's totally understandable, Lizzie. Especially having like a sensitivity to fireworks noise and how loud it could potentially get, and also not just for like the New Year's Eve celebration, but any that happen afterwards as well. So hopefully it won't be too overwhelming.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
This way! Hurry! Mr. Wake, it's me. Play Stewart, remember? Oh no! Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
I was trapped. There was no way out.
Die, 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 die.
The cabin was a death trap. I had to get out.
Follow the light. You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
I'm recording this in May 2021. We celebrated the 11th anniversary of the original game last week. I'm very happy to be doing this. I'm very grateful for the continued love and support that all Alan Wake's fans have kept showing us.
Go into the light. You'll be safe. You can rest there.
I understand they haven't gotten to the burner phone quest yet, but given how rare old dialogue is in Watch Dogs, you doubt anything different will be said. That's true, yeah, sometimes they don't really go into great detail in that way. They might just do it in blocks and stages where, like, you might only get different dialogue based on a specific actual main story mission, and it might just be related to an event in the mission. It doesn't necessarily correlate with, like, a specific character having a different set of dialogue based on not doing something related to them early and waiting till later, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light. I entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. This way. There's no time.
What's interesting is that
You must
the
follow
game
me
Quantum
now.
Break, which originally came out in 2016, so I'll definitely be doing some playthroughs to celebrate its 10th anniversary. That game has a lot of callbacks, of course, to Alan Wake, and it came out before Control as well. And in that dialogue from Thomas Zane that we heard, where part of it was mentioning wilder and more serene, in Quantum Break, there's a character called Beth Wilder, and there's also a character named Paul Serene. So I like how in Quantum Break they were referencing that dialogue that we just heard in Alan Wake 1. And also, of course, Beth Wilder is played by Courtney Hope, who would then go on to play Jesse Faden in Control, also in the DLC for Alan Wake 2. Although, not specifically playing Jesse again, but a multiverse version, I'll just put it that way. And she'll, of course, be in Control 2, which is coming out later, and that, of course, is Control Resonant, is the actual name of it, but it's essentially Control 2. But I like when they do that kind of stuff. So it's just another example of how they like to put a lot of callbacks to their previous games in, well, the games that they do. So I really appreciate that.
I'm really happy that we got to make this remastered version, both for you, our fans, to return to it. With crisper visuals and modern technology, now we can take advantage of the power of the new platforms to offer improved graphics and better frame rate and improved cinematics, because they were not the best part of the experience due to some production reasons even back then. And of course, to give this opportunity for new players on new platforms to experience Alan Wake for the first time. This is the original game, remastered. This is not a remake. We have not touched the actual content and the story, just the visuals and the tech.
It's always interesting, and this goes for, like, people who draw or who write or whatever sort of like creative pursuit that you have, where when you see the finished thing, you have all the memories of all the steps along the way in creating it. Whereas someone else who comes in later and experiences the final product, they don't have all of that information. And things that you look at and you go, oh, I could have done that better, this doesn't feel right. Those very things, while very valid to feel, they could actually be the thing that makes the people playing the game really appreciate it, or there might be things that people who played the game don't actually notice. And so when Sam Lake talks there about the cinematics in the original, and how for production reasons there were some things that they weren't happy with, it's interesting because, certainly from my perspective, and I'm sure other fans of the series too, like, I thought that the cinematics in the original were just so good, But if you were the one actually working behind the scenes, like Sam was obviously, then you know the ins and outs and stuff as well. And you can see it in other projects with other mediums too. Like, for example, one of my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movies is Last Action Hero. But it was a tumultuous sort of production. Shane Black, who was one of the writers, wasn't very happy with certain things in the movie. But the way that the movie is why I really like it a lot. So if those things were changed, maybe the finished product would still be enjoyed. But it could have also been not as good, you know. So sometimes what you're doing as a creator and the flaws that you see are not necessarily what the person experiencing the end result is thinking or even going to notice. Some might notice it. There might be some things that you have a really, really keen eye on, where you could look at a single object in a game environment and go, oh, that's not rendered as fully as something else in the environment. Whereas someone else might completely not see that, so it's not a factor for them as well. There might be a scene in a game or a movie that you really like, but the people behind the scenes don't really like it, and they would have rathered it not be in it, but it was still kept anyway, you know. But those things could be the very things that actually make someone enjoy. Oh, thank you very much, Sona. You love the updated logo. Yeah, I was sort of thinking I wanted to keep the shield design, and I wanted to not have just the R and the L, and then I thought I'll try to have like some like image of three figures to sort of like, you know, play into the Legion thing. But then as I was going and through the different variations I was doing, I thought, you know what? Something simple that still keeps the simple color scheme, and something that is basic in terms of visuals. I thought, may as well just put the name as well. So thank you, Sona. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, that you like it. Anamone, thank you very, very much for the 2 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you, Anamone. Thank you for the Happy New Year wishes. I really hope that you have a happy 2026. I hope that you have a great year. Thank you very much, Anamone, for that. I appreciate it. Hope things are going well.
The hitchhiker has been taken over by the Dark Presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light. Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away. You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Now you'll die.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
Hey, little pumpkin. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very, very much for the Happy New Year wishes. I really hope that you have a wonderful 2026. How's things? Oh, nice, Anamone. Glad to hear that it's going well. That's really good. And thank you very much. It is going well. I've had a good start to the year. And in like 7 to 8 hours, it'll be the second. It's just so funny, you know, like the first of a new year comes around and then it just sort of becomes, the passage of time sinks in the same way that it usually does, where it's just like, oh yeah, and that's the first day done.
You made me this way, and now I'm gonna kill you. This is it, Wake.
Oh yeah, Little Pumpkin, there's definitely no worries at all. Thank you for stopping in. I really hope that you have a great start to 2026. Here's to maybe hearing some potential news about a Hellblade 3. You never know. There might be a teaser or something for it. Little Pumpkin, you as well, and lots of love and joy and happiness and all the good things. Thank you very, very much, Little Pumpkin, for that. I do appreciate that a lot. That is awesome. I really hope you have a good one. Ah yes, Hellblade 3, hoping for it too. Hopefully so. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they take Senua next and what kind of story that they decide to tell. Thank you, Adamone. Cheers. Plus, with the start of a new stream year, it means that the games that I have lined up, the annual playthroughs, I've already got some of them already sort of like plotted. But I'm getting actually excited for the remake of Tomb Raider 1-2 now. Yeah, that'll be out this year sometime. Probably towards the end, maybe. Do you think it will be out on the 14th of February too? Maybe not that quick, but I mean it would be cool if it was. But it's going to be interesting to see because we already know what changes were made for Anniversary when they remade it as that game. So it'll be interesting to see what they do in another remake of it with Legacy of Atlantis as well. It looks fantastic. Yeah, what they showed looks really good. And Alex Wilton Reagan, who I really, really, really enjoyed the performance of her as Aya / Amunet in Assassin's Creed Origins. She's playing Lara in the 2 new games. So looking forward to experiencing her performance as Lara.
Just like
Hey Coffeeton, thank you very much for the Happy New Year wish. I hope you have a great new year. Happy New Year to you as well. That's right, Little Pumpkin, yeah. Yeah, the same. Same person, yeah, she's going to be doing not just the voice, but also the performance capture as well. Little Pumpkin, ah yes, the villain, right? Oh no, she was the wife of Bayek, the main character you played as in Assassin's Creed Origins. No, in Tomb Raider. Oh no, she's playing Lara. Yeah, Alex Wilton Reagan is playing Lara in the 2 new games that they announced. Lizzie, you're having your gluten-free pumpkin pie tonight? Oh, well, I hope you enjoy it, Lizzie. I don't think I've ever had pumpkin pie before. Yeah, I don't recall ever having that. That's okay, Little Pumpkin. Totally understandable. It's too early, you just woke up. That's definitely fair, I know what that feels like.
I can keep this up forever.
No worries at all, Little Pumpkin. I hope that everything goes well. Of course, plenty of good gaming and good streams. Thank you. Yeah, got a lot planned for this year.
baby. Just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Just catch it there before it goes into the next scene. Lizzie, yeah, you've had it before. It's from a local place that sells gluten-free baked goods. Oh, nice. That is good. It's good to have that as an option when, it's not an option for people, I mean, for some people it is, but there are people, of course, that do need to actually have it, But that's really cool, Lizzie. I hope you enjoy it. Anemone, lurking as it was way too early for you to get up. It's 7:07 a.m. now, but you wanted to say Happy New Year. No problem at all, Anemone. Definitely understand. I hope that you get some good rest as well. Thank you very much for stopping in. I really appreciate it. Thank you for leaving the lurk, and definitely hope you have a great New Year.
Let's act like
Okay,
we're on vacation.
so
Go stand
let's
next to
talk
the
about
gentleman.
beginnings
I want a shot
a
of you
bit.
with the town in the background.
I mean, for all
Sure.
of these
I'll
creative
even
projects,
give you a title for the show. A city
it
boy,
would be
moments before he gets
nice
eaten by a bear.
to claim that these stories and these experiences, the visions of them, have just popped out of our heads and
Before he gets the
been
shot.
ready. But in truth, it takes a long time, and there are many different beginnings for these stories. And sometimes looking back, it's even hard to say where it all began. Some ideas have been bouncing around in your head for a long time, and then suddenly it burst out from the dark, and there it is, and that's one nugget that ends up being a beginning.
Always love hearing the behind-the-scenes process.
One picture won't kill you. By the railing, next to the old man.
Hi. Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife, if you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right.
Yeah?
Hey, bestseller. How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah, we just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word, and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you, too.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes?
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you, too. Go on. I'll promise to behave. I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Oh, of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment.
One of the beginnings for Alan Wake deals with the structure of the story. Working on Max Payne games, I was writing a movie in my head, traditional three-act structure.
Good for you.
But that was around the time when everybody was watching DVDs, season DVDs of TV shows. And I started thinking that this would be an awesome structure for a game story because of a similar length.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
That's a really interesting insight there, because when you look at, and I haven't played Max Payne 1 all the way through, and I've never played Max Payne 2. I know there's 3 games, but the third game wasn't done by Remedy. But the fact that he was having Max Payne be like a 3-act structure, like a movie. Usually the first act is introducing the characters, introducing the setup for, what the story is and, all that kind of stuff. The second act is usually much longer, and it's where the conflict starts to happen and you see the character go through their struggles and all that kind of stuff. And then the third act is the resolution, where things start to turn around and can become successful for the characters. Obviously, not all movies follow that. Some movies have a bad ending where the character dies or they don't succeed and the antagonists are able to continue doing what they're doing. And then comparing it to this style for Alan Wake, which is more like an episode of a TV. And because we're dealing with a writer and the game separates these episodes into chapters, it's almost like chapters of a novel that were adapted into a TV series that was then made into a video game as well. And you can still see the cinematic influences and the visual references to Max Payne, even though they weren't able to directly actually reference Max Payne himself, because they don't have the rights to Max Payne anymore. It meant that they have substitutes and they have callbacks by having, for example, James McCaffrey, who played Max Payne, playing characters in this game like Thomas Zane, for example. And there's a dog named Max that we meet later, who, when we first meet him, Max is in pain. So you have that too. Then you have the character that Alan has written, Alex Casey, who in the manuscript pages, where you can actually get 2 excerpts from Alan's novel, The Sudden Stop, with Alex Casey. Those manuscript pages aren't narrated by Alan. They're actually narrated by Alex Casey, played by James McCaffrey, and Alex Casey is essentially the alternate universe version, if you want to put it that way, of Max Payne. It's just that they couldn't use the actual literal Max Payne. If they had the rights to Max Payne still, I imagine that instead of it being Alex Casey, it would be Max Payne. And in many ways, Sam Lake is putting himself in the shoes of Alan. And so you have a writer who is writing a story about a writer who is writing a story. And just like what Sam was writing became a reality so too does Alan's writing as well. And so there's a nice synchronicity between that. And there's also surrogate characters that can be done. So sometimes the author themselves is personified through the character. Sometimes you'll have a character that acts as the audience. So, for example, in The Matrix, Neo, because he's being introduced to the world and the reality of what's going on, he essentially is a surrogate for the audience because we too, when we see that movie for the first time, are also learning about the reality of what's going on as well. And that can also help create immersion and solidify the immersion between the player, if it's a video game, and the actual game and the characters themselves as well. But there's definitely a lot of cinematic language that is in Remedy games, and it's another melding of video games and movies and series, of course, because obviously series now get a lot of big name people even to actually be in them, whereas it used to be like oh yeah, just doing a TV episode just as a guest star, or it was seen as not as epic as a movie. So if you were a movie actor doing a series, it was considered a step down, but obviously a lot of times have changed since then as well. But that sort of cinematic language is definitely very good for video games, but also for series and also for comic books, any visual medium and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Keone. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very, very much. I hope you have a great 2026. How's things?
Are you staying long, Mr. Wake? I can't believe it. I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake.
Right. So much for a quiet vacation.
I wasn't ready to leave. I needed to find Carl Stuckey to get the key to the cabin. Thanks, Rose. We'll be sure to keep that in mind.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. Ha!
You put the lime in the coconut. Drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder you in your sleep.
It does that. Get stuck. Yeah, you need to give it a good solid whack. Yes, that's my favorite tune. Coconut.
Shut your mouth, you demented has-been. If I had my hammer, I'd shut it for you. Jeez.
Tune number 6 in the jukebox. Now that's what I'm talking about, yes!
This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
And there we go. That was Coconut. Didn't want to talk over that because that'll be muted in the VOD. Therefore, anything I would say would be muted as well. It's such a great song. I first heard it when I watched Reservoir Dogs for the first time because it's in the credits of that movie. But hearing that song on the jukebox here, because it's a song that Odin once played so many times, in Alan Wake 2 there's a really funny Easter egg where there's actually a message that basically says that the jukebox is out of order due to Coconut being played so often. So I like that touch. There's also a song that Rose and Rusty and the Anderson brothers sing, which is like a Deer Fest song. The deer is dear to me. The deer is dear to me, my friend. In Alan Wake 2, you can actually hear Rose humming the tune of that. So it's a good example of, in games like this, where if you really, really want to get the full scope of dialogue and all that, it pays. It's good to just stick around in the game world and wait for a bit, because it's something that you can easily miss because you can just bypass it directly. And so therefore, when it happens as a reference in Alan Wake 2, you won't know that it's a reference. But yeah, that song that they sing is hummed. The tune of it is hummed by Rose in Alan Wake 2.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am. I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stucky, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did. Hello? Mr. Stucky?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring. I am so happy this could be arranged.
Hey Spectrum, Happy New Year to you. It's going well. Hope you have a great year this year. How's things going?
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed, and then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Another great detail is if you actually go back where Baba Yaga was, you'll actually get some dialogue from Alan because she disappears.
I hadn't seen her leave, but the old lady was gone.
Spectrum, thanks. Happy New Year. It's been 2026 for 1.5 hours and all is well. Very nice, Spectrum. There's no worries at all. Thank you for the New Year wishes as well. And yeah, it's so funny, you know, different time zones around the world and all that kind of stuff. How far into the new year it might be. It's 5:31 p.m. here at the moment. You didn't notice until now you have a new logo. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I wanted to have a different one for 2026. Oh, thanks, Spectrum. Yeah. I was going to keep the shield motif, but I was going to add as well 3 figures to represent, you know, the idea of Legion being many, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But then I was like, oh, the more I add, the more busy it will be, and so when it's looked at from a distance, so to speak, a lot of detail might get lost, or it might be sort of like, you know, envisioned as something else. So I thought I'll get rid of the shield logo and get rid of the figures that I intended and just have it be simple, just the text.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Splendid, splendid! Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah, splendid, splendid. It's been a long time, Tom. Good to see you.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge. I'll be heading back to work as soon as Dr. Hartman gets here, Rose. Oh, but I'm not looking forward to the poison we have at the Park Cafe. Now this is what coffee should taste like.
Oh, Rusty, that's so sweet. I'll swing by with the fresh cup later on. Will you be staying in town for the Deer Fest, Mr. Wake?
The deer is dear to me. The deer is dear to me. The deer is dear to me, my dear, in more ways than one.
Oh, dear. That's not really our festival anthem.
Could have fooled me there.
There we go. So that's what I was talking about before. So that song that they sing, if you don't wait, you'll completely miss it. And so in Alan Wake 2, when Rose is humming the tune to that song, it might just sound like some, you know, random tune that she's singing, that she's humming. So stopping and listening and hearing that song, and then when you play Alan Wake 2 and you hear her humming, it's a nice callback. And I really like that attention to detail as well. It's one of the reasons why I like Remedy's games a lot as well. And when you have a connected universe as well, you can really play around with that. You can sort of even do variations, because a lot of what is going on in Alan Wake 2, in Control as well, is all sort of like, it can be very subjective, and objective reality can be all over the place, and you can do multiple different variations of the same thing but different, and it's a separate thing. And so all these sort of callbacks and things, it's like a pretzel that continuously creates connections within itself, and it doesn't go outside of itself. It just keeps on putting more connections internally inside. And that's how I sort of like to look at the way that they do all their universe building with the Remedy games. Is it's like that pretzel that keeps on getting all those inner connections, interlocking, overlapping, and all that kind of stuff, but still being contained in the overall universe itself. Lizzie, it's 10:35 p.m. and you're feeling great. Oh, hell yeah. That's excellent, Lizzie. That's really good to hear.
I had the keys. Alice was outside. I didn't want to keep her waiting.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
That diner was a real nut house.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home, okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Bad Main here on KBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years, not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while. See those stars winking down at you? It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Hey there, Drake. Happy New Year to you, dude. I hope it's a great new year. Hope 2026 is wonderful for you. Welcome on in, dude. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes. Hope everything's going well. How's things, dude? What I like is you have the fact that Alan says that he hasn't written for 2 years. The last novel he wrote was called The Sudden Stop. So since that was the last book he wrote, it's not just the name of his last book, it's also what actually happened. There was just a sudden stop where he couldn't write anymore. And the fact that the main character in that book, Alex Casey, is killed off, so therefore Alex Casey's life has had a sudden stop. But then you have this game's story, where you have the irony that Alan is breathing new life into things by writing a novel that affects reality, which is a form of creation that goes beyond the written page. And so, if you look at the cycle of birth, death, and then rebirth, there's been a death of Alex Casey, a death of Alan's creativity, but now there's been a rebirth as well. And you can do so many different things with that kind of writing in fiction. And I think this game does a really good job at using that. Drake, you've been good, man. Last year, your friend gave you his 3080. Next to that, you got Dead Space Remake and finished it on Impossible mode. Great to hear, dude. That's really, really good. GG's on getting through that on Impossible mode. I haven't actually played the original or the remake, but if the hardest difficulty for some games I've played is any indication, like playing it on a mode that is the hardest, you'd have so much, damage that you can't take that you usually could, and dying quickly and all that kind of stuff. You ever played the Silent Hills? You just played 1 and 2 and watched the 2006 movie? It's a fun game. You'll love it, Rod. Oh, sorry. Hey there, Sage. You and Drake have the same colored text on my screen. Sorry. Hello there, Sage. I hope things are going well. You ever played the Silent Hills? You just played 1 and 2 and watched the 2006 movie? I have, Sage, yeah. My favorite one is Silent Hill 2. I recently played the remake of Silent Hill 2 as well. What did you think of those? Definitely be interesting to see what you think too of the other games in the series. And that movie was pretty good. Like, there's some things that I feel were done in a way that I wouldn't have done myself or wished it was different. But overall, though, it's a pretty decent video game adaptation. Drake, it's a fun game. You'll love it, Rod. Yeah, I definitely want to try to get back into Dead Space, because I did try it years and years and years ago, but just couldn't get into it. But I haven't tried it again since, so you never know. Sage, Alan Wake, and Silent Hill always remind you of each other. I don't blame you. Yeah, it's interesting when you get different games in like a horror genre that start to have a lot of these similarities. It's like the Dark Pictures series game Little Hope is very much a lot like Silent Hill 2 in many ways. You wish 2 was harder, although hard on the puzzles was almost quite impossible without online research. There's definitely fair sage. Yeah, they really test your mettle with a lot of those puzzles. And it's interesting, especially the word puzzles too, how the harder you have the puzzle difficulty, the more wordy they actually become.
Are you sure you read the directions right? It's nothing like in the brochure. It said near the lake, not on it. Don't get me wrong. This is so much better. It's wonderful. Our own private island.
Another beginning also goes back to the time when I was working on Max Payne games. I went to study screenwriting at Theatre Academy of Finland, and I wrote a couple of movie screenplays studying there. And one of them was this horror movie, screenplay for a horror movie that I wrote in Finnish, actually, and the title was Pohjavesi, which translated would be groundwater, but maybe kind of more accurate tonally would be to call it undertow. And there were a few elements there that I later decided to steal from myself, and they all ended up as part of the story of Alan Wake.
That's really cool. Having early work and taking things from it for something different. And it just goes to show that expecting and striving for 100% complete originality in every single aspect is unrealistic. I'll give you an example. If you've never seen an Indiana Jones movie and you play Uncharted, for example, when you play an Indiana Jones game, you might go, this is just a copy of Nathan Drake, just set in a different time period. Ah, but Indiana Jones came first. However, Indiana Jones was also an amalgamation of different characters, and his outfit was an amalgamation of different looks from other movies that came out before. And so it becomes less about being 100% original in every single aspect, and it becomes more like, what are some iconic kind of elements from various different things, and how can we combine those and add something different to create a new thing? This is how you get genres like horror and sci-fi going together, for example. I don't know what the first example of a horror sci-fi movie is, but once that was actually done, anything that comes out after that is that combination. By its very nature, in general, you could say, yes, just a copy of that. But there's so many other things that can come into play that make it its own thing. And then you have things that are very similar, but there's some aspects that make them very different. I'll give you an example. Halloween 1978 versus Friday the 13th, the 1980 movie, the original. Both movies have a killer that you see a lot of the POV of through first-person camera view, and you do see them physically, obviously, at certain points in the movie. They're both about masked killers who are going around killing characters. Both are doing it on a very specific day, and if you look at it that way, Friday the 13th is just a copy of Halloween. However, here's where they differ. Number one, the backstory for Michael Myers is different to, well, it's trickier with Friday the 13th because Pamela Voorhees, Jason's mother, is actually the killer. But you still get a different kind of backstory for the killers in those two movies. And so it goes beyond just being a copycat thing. But what really made Friday the 13th very different from Halloween was the fact that Halloween, with the kills that Michael does, they're not very graphic. you might get like someone being stabbed, but you don't see blood pouring out of their wound. You don't get a close-up shot of the knife going in and seeing gore and skin and everything, being ruptured by the knife going in and all that kind of stuff. You don't see that kind of detail. Then you get a character who gets choked to death, so not very graphic in terms of like, gore and blood. But Friday the 13th goes really, really extreme. You see a character get killed with their throat getting cut. It doesn't show you a behind the person's neck shot of it. It actually shows you front on what's happening to the character. You have a guy who gets a spear through his neck, going from underneath and up and through, but they don't obscure it. So Friday the 13th may be very similar to Halloween, but what makes it really different is the fact that it's more gory. So much, in fact, that Halloween 2, the original Halloween 2, actually added a lot more gory kills, because then there was an expectation made where Friday the 13th was like, hey, we see what you did with Halloween, we're going to go one higher and do this. And then Halloween was like, oh man, we need to catch up. We need to go and at least get to their level as well. So getting back to my original point, where Sam was saying he took elements of his earlier work, the screenplay that he wrote, and added it into Alan Wake, it just goes to show that you can take things that already exist in other sort of like stories and combine them with other stuff to make your own thing. So you can come out with something that is maybe not 100% original, but still has a lot of original elements to it as well. And there's always something that came before that inspired partly something that comes out later. And even that later thing sometimes references even sometimes the earlier thing references what came later when they do more stuff. Sage, it reminded you of this rage you get only from Resident Evil, where it's like, how was I supposed to know that? Where was the fair playing ground in figuring that puzzle out or having almost no clues from games like Code Veronica or Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 1? Oh, that Code Veronica game, like, I play it very rarely. There's a lot of things in it that I'm like, especially Steve as a character. If they do a remake of Code Veronica, I want them to completely rewrite Steve from the ground up, change his backstory, change his attitude, his personality, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that game can get very, very confusing. I've only played Resident Evil 0 once, so I don't really remember too much about that one. But yeah, that level of frustration can be so annoying, because sometimes it feels like they're coming up with really, really ridiculous solutions to a problem that you wouldn't think that would be the solution, because it just seems like it's so out of left field for it. Stephen Curtis, the Deadly Alliance. Oh yes, Curtis from Tomb Raider: The Angel of Darkness. Yeah, what really is annoying with Steve is he's very much like a very whiny sort of character, and I feel like the romance that develops between him and Claire is very, very forced. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, and what you do then is you just basically break it so that it's sort of like, still going into the hole, but it's not, the thing itself is not fully complete. It's like that, it's like, let's just force this thing into this thing that doesn't fit into, and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like in a remake, here's what I would do. I would change his backstory so that he and Claire actually know each other from when he was in high school, when they were in high school, sorry. And his parents were also employed by Umbrella, and the island, Rockford Island, that Umbrella owns, is a place that he would go with his parents when they would go to work, you know, and so that creates the reason why he's there, because when all the zombie stuff happens, it's when he's visiting there, you know. And so when Claire sees him for the first time in years, she remembers him, you know, but have him be a much more mature character and not whiny and everything like that. And have it so that when he, you know, eventually, spoiler alert, when he eventually dies, it feels like a character who's going down with their fists swinging, you know. Anyway, Sage never looks stuff up, so it's always good to know when it's crazy they expect the player to know what to do. Always easy. Oh yeah, so it's always easy to know when it's crazy they expect the player to know what to do. Oh yeah, you know, they can be very obscure. Then there's some that feel cheap. Like in Call of Cthulhu, there's some puzzles towards the end where it's basically just figure out which is the correct path. There's no indication really of what makes the path the correct path, but just keep on trying until you finally figure it out. Sage Claire is miles too good for him. I think part of the other thing is too, is that I don't mind there being like some romance between the two characters, but I feel like Steve is just too whiny, and I feel like they could create a stronger connection that goes into, you know, their history together, knowing each other already, you know. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Welcome on in. New channel avatar. That is true. Yep. Changed it up for 2026. And you did miss the coconut, yes. You did. Please restart. It's like restart the whole game. Yep, you missed coconut. Hope things are going well. There's a whole thing in this part of the game that if you don't go into the cabin before putting the power on, you'll actually completely not be able to experience. So when I play this game now, I always like to show off that first. So we're going to go into the cabin before putting the power on, because there's some moments that don't happen if you put the power on first. Sage, Resident Evil 2 secret ending makes you wish Leon and Claire got married. Ada is too toxic for Leon, but he likes it. Ada, wait!
Here we go. Let's take a look inside. Come on.
It's dark in there. We need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey?
Sure thing. I'm on it. Hello? Anyone here? The cabin looked like a time capsule from the 60s, or even earlier. For a moment, the oppressive feel of the nightmare I had seen on the ferry returned. Damn. I needed to get the power running in the cabin. There had to be a fuse box or a generator somewhere on the island. The water was clear but dark. It looked very deep.
Yeah, so if you go and put the power on straight away, the next time you can go to the writer's room is when it activates a cutscene, so you don't get to explore it in the same way. So when I found that out, I was like, oh, this is so good. It's very rewarding if you're a player that likes to explore things and try to get different dialogue that might not trigger unless you do specific things. And this game is definitely a goldmine for it. And so, yeah, you get to experience all that if you go straight into the cabin before turning the power on. Ryu, you actually ship Claire with Leon. Oh, yeah, there's definitely a lot of fans that do. That is for sure. Yeah, I'm not really too invested in characters in that way. Like, there's some characters where I feel like if they're not, then it would be interesting if they were. Like, for me, it's Chris and Jill. But it's not to the point of, oh my god, I can't believe they're not doing it, therefore it's inferior because it's not what I want. Because I really do believe that there's just some things where it's like, whatever is decided, and like, you know. But I definitely understand from the perspective of sometimes there's things in a game story that you wish was different, which I think is natural as well. But yeah, that's as far as I would go, is just Chris and Jill. But as I said, I'm not really too invested in that side of stuff with characters. I have Sage, yeah. Yeah, I've played this game on Nightmare as well. You get different manuscript pages on Nightmare that you don't get on the other difficulties as well. So I've played Nightmare on the original and the remaster as well. There's an old town, right, with Mr. Lee of Town the Poet and his muse, and the magic lake which gave a life to the words the poet used. Now, the muse, she was his happiness, and he rhymed about her grace, and told her stories of treasures deep beneath the blackened waves.
Till in the stillness of one dawn, still in its mystic crown, the muse, she went down to the lake, and in the waves she drowned. And now to see your love set free, you will need the witch's cabin key. Find the lady of the light gone mad with the night. That's how you reshape destiny.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Arnie impression and the Bane impression, doing lyrics for Poet and the Muse. Dr. Darling, you started Splinter Cell Blacklist yesterday after your stream. Only the left and right sticks are supported and work in the game. Oh, man. You're not having much luck with the PC versions of those games, that's for sure. That's ridiculous. So, what part did you get up to? Sage, Claire and Jill is Chris and Jill is such a good example, like Leon and Claire. Yeah, like I feel like they've both been through the same experience. They know what it's like to go through that, and yeah. Ryu, right. You ship Liu Kang with Sonya, but you understand that people prefer Liu Kang with Katana and Sonya with Johnny Cage, even if some incarnations fumble both pairings. Oh yeah, exactly. And that's where like alternate universe stories can come into play too, because while it might not change the actual, canon, it may still give fans who do want to see those different pairings to have at least something that does it officially. Dr. Darling, you've only done the intro, don't want to get burned out by playing one game right after finishing the other. I definitely understand that for sure, Dr. Darling. Don't blame you as well. So yeah, hopefully that game won't present too many problems compared to the other Splinter Cell games that you've been doing.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. A famous artist, no less. We'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now, let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite writer.
Well, Rose, I
just saw him at the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine on KBF-FM. And now, some music.
Great. So much for keeping a low profile.
The power cable goes to that shed over there.
The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again.
TZ, Thomas Zane, BJ, Barbara Yaga.
Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
It's a hotel that overlooks the lake. Sam Lake being a big fan of Stephen King, even if there's not a direct intention behind every single thing that is considered a reference to Stephen King, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that was a direct, conscious connection between the Overlook Hotel, as it's called in The Shining.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
The lights are on! Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
So in this movie screenplay that I had written called Undertow, there are several elements that I lifted and used in Alan Wake. The Anderson brothers, Tor and Odin, are already part of that. There is this witch-like character from Slavic folklore called Baba Yaga, and obviously her echo is very much present in the Dark Presence, in Barbara Chacker. And this mystical light switch, the clicker, is also part of this horror movie story already.
Sage, Resident Evil 9 is going to be the first game you play right at midnight and play till you beat. You have a lot of faith it's going to be a pristine game. Capcom with Resident Evil 8 and 4 Remake have you trusting a lot, almost the opposite of Ubisoft. Oh, that's definitely fair too, as well. Like, that'll be cool to play a game like that at midnight. That's one of the reasons why I generally like to play horror when it's either, late in the afternoon and evening and night versus, in the morning during the day. But yeah, I hope that Resident Evil 9 is going to be really good, because I've got a feeling too that it's going to be a little bit of a, well, let's just say I'm pretty sure, and I've got no, evidence to back this up, but I'm pretty sure that we'll probably see the death of a legacy character in Resident Evil 9. I wouldn't be surprised if they take one of the legacy characters that goes all the way back to the early games and killing at least one of them off, which would definitely be fitting for a game called Resident Evil 9 Requiem, that's for sure. Hey there, Vinman. I hope things are going well. Happy New Year to you. Is that a commentary from the producer or something? Yeah, so that's Sam Lake Vinman, and he was the lead writer on Alan Wake, and he was also the face of Max Payne as well. And in Alan Wake 2, he plays Alex Casey. He gives his face and likeness to the character, and then the actor for Max Payne, James McCaffrey, who unfortunately died, he voices Alex Casey. So that was a really cool way to do a combo reference and a callback to Max Payne. Sage, everyone is quite pissed at Stranger Things writers for not killing off anyone. Oh, really? I've heard a lot about that series, but I never actually saw any of it. Oh, was it, Vinman? Your birthday was 2 hours ago? Oh, very nice. Well, happy birthday to you. I really hope that you have a great birthday. And that it was a great birthday. Or still is. Vinman, so far so good, as they say. Oh, very nice. That's really good, dude.
Alice? Honey?
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Well, hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
Okay.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice. Everyone
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists. Maybe...
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Just don't. I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice. God damn it! I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice? Alice? Alice! The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
Another beginning that also was a lot in my mind already working on Max Payne games and just bouncing around ideas and wanting to do something different compared to Max Payne was that it just felt like a big deal and important to me back then that because at Remedy we make action games with action gameplay. And I was thinking a lot about the idea of what if we would have a protagonist, a hero you play, who is not a professional action hero. That felt like a refreshing thought at that point. Somebody who physically and skill-wise is an everyman, even though you could claim that Alan Wake does have attributes that makes him something else than an everyone. But for the challenges he faces, he would be unprepared.
That's the thing too about character like Alan versus Max Payne, is that he does fulfill the role of someone who can shoot and all that kind of stuff, but he's definitely in stark contrast to that kind of character. And even though the concept of having a character be just an everyday average person is not new in general, what Sam was saying there essentially is that compared to Max Payne, one of Remedy's, arguably most famous, characters, writing Alan to be the opposite of that was definitely something that was unique for Remedy games to do for this game. Sage, Stranger Things has like 8 to 9 main characters. They're concluding the entire series this month and didn't kill off anyone. I guess they were like, we don't want to have a fan uprising, so we might not kill everyone. These two are toxic. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of negative things about the relationship with Alan and Alice. A lot of it is definitely, Alan's side of things, for sure. It also foreshadows the elements of his character being personified later by Mr. Scratch. Mr. Scratch. Sorry, I always like to say Mr. Scratch by making some kind of, weird sort of like scratching kind of sound. But yeah, it's taking concept of the shadow self, but actually bringing it out of a person and making it manifest into an actual entity. Like what happens with Alan and his doppelganger, Mr. Scratch. Vimman dude, she only got him something to work through his writer's block. He didn't have to chew a head off like that, just your opinion. Exactly, Vimman is very valid too, as well. It's one of those tricky things when you're asking a player to play as a character who isn't 100% kind of like someone you want to get behind. I mean, literally we're getting behind Alan because it's a third-person view, but you've also got that aspect too as well. And it also is a great example of Alan's negative side too, because he has a lot of anger issues. And there's an incident where he punched a paparazzi photographer as a result of his anger as well. So he definitely has that side of himself. And unfortunately, he takes it out on Alice. Alice was coming from a place, obviously, of just wanting to try and help her husband to get beyond his writer's block. And instead of seeing it as just a genuine attempt, he just lashes out. And it becomes the ironic, unfortunate catalyst, really, for the Dark Presence being able to take Alice and essentially put her under the lake. A lake. That's not a lake. In an ocean. That's not an ocean. Sage, that director note was by far the best one yet. Yeah, it really was. I love getting those sorts of insights and all that kind of stuff into it. Lizzie, is she okay though? Well, I mean, technically she's okay in the sense that she's not dead, but she's definitely not okay in the psychological effects that being trapped in the dark place is. And she's there for a while. You do also see in Alan Wake's American Nightmare and Alan Wake 2 the after effects of what happens. Because, spoiler alert, Alan trades places with Alice. So instead of her being in the dark place and him being out of it, he trades places with her in order to sacrifice himself to make sure that the story ending actually sticks and that the Dark Presence isn't able to just basically reshape reality to what it wants instead as well. But yeah, she's still alive, so she's not dead, but she's definitely not in a very happy place, that's for sure. Hey there, Spicy Chicken. Hope things are going well. It's your boy, Professor Headache. Is that a Professor Headache of being able to prevent headaches or being a headache? How's things, Spicy Chicken? Sage, definitely better than Mary from Silent Hill 2. She didn't even pass the prologue. That is true, Sage, yeah. That's another character that has a certain amount of like trauma that they go through, being very sick and dying and having to deal with that, and also wanting to adopt Laura, and in many ways Laura is the daughter that Mary would have liked to have as a biological daughter, So, you know, if Mary had lived, she would have wanted to adopt Laura. And that's why the Leave ending, I think, for me at least, is the best outcome. Because James is able to face and own up to his guilt finally over what he did. And he's able to start a redemptive arc by adopting Laura. And potentially the future is a lot brighter for Laura and James moving forward. Obviously, depending on which ending you get, it can go into a different kind of thing. Yeah, Lizzie. Yeah, so Alice definitely goes through a lot, that's for sure. But yeah, ultimately, she gets out of the lake. Oh, nice spicy chicken. It's pretty good right now. Awesome. Glad to hear that. I hope you have a great 2026. You tried a couple more times at beating Resident Evil 2. You know, it's not canon, but you really like the Silent Hill time loop theory. Oh, yeah. I think I remember what that theory is, but I haven't really looked into it a lot. Hey there, Zayas. First drop into the stream of the year. Absolutely, dude. Yep. Always like to make Alan Wake, whether it's the original version or the remaster now, as the first game streamed for the start of a new year. So here we are, doing a playthrough with the remastered video commentary by Sam Lake. Happy New Year to you, Zayas. I hope that it's going to be a wonderful year for you. Spicy Chicken, James has been trapped in Silent Hill for 20 years. Ah, so that's what the theory is. I mean, even if it's not canon, like, I definitely feel like that could be perceived as an ending that the game doesn't offer you, but you as the player might feel like that's another ending that could have been, where it's like he's in a loop.
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Keep going, Alan. Wake up.
Alice? Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot. Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either.
There's something specific I want to grab a link for and then post it in Twitch chat. Zayas, the last game of the year completed was Super Metroid. Oh, dude. That is such a great Super Nintendo game. I still remember the first time playing that. It was just really, really good. GG's on finishing it as well. It's been a very long time since I played it myself. Spicy Chicken, that's why you see so many bodies that look like him. It's because they are him. That's a good way, a good logical reasoning for it too. You know, if you do look at it through that lens of being like stuck in a loop of 20 years, re-experiencing things over and over again, and seeing those dead bodies as James. I mean, it's not obviously just seeing them as James in some kind of like, you know, imaginative sense, because they literally use the same character model as James Sunderland, you know, in those moments. Yeah, like, I feel like that's one of those theories that even though it's not offered as an ending, I still think it's a very valid theory. Like, you get some theories for some games that people swear is actually gospel that I kind of go, I don't know. But that's definitely a theory that I could see being applicable for Silent Hill 2. Sage Knight? No trouble at all, Sage. I really hope you have a good one. Happy 2026 to you. I hope things go well. Zayas, you finished the Pritchard Mankind Divided DLC and got some Breach trophies to close out the year in gaming. Oh, that's good, Zayas. I haven't done that DLC for a while, but I remember liking it. It was a good way to integrate Pritchard into that game story. I mean, he gets mentioned otherwise, but yeah. Spicy Chicken, you tried reading one of the books that inspired Silent Hill 2, but it was too hard for you to read. Oh, that's fair, too, as well. Some books can be very dense as well. Dr. Darling, it's exactly 0 Celsius outside? 0 Celsius? Now that would be good. I did a playthrough of this game, Phase 1 of celebrating the 15th anniversary of Alan Wake, of which there will be more phases throughout this year, at least until the actual 16th anniversary date. Want to get my phases done before that point. But I did do a playthrough for Phase 1 where I took the Alan Wake Files book, and while I didn't read it in the order that the book puts things in, I basically read the whole book, but I chose various points to read certain parts of the book as well. And so I just want to provide a link in chat to that playthrough, because that book that Alan commented on just now, that is The Creator's Dilemma, and it's one of the things you can actually read an excerpt from in the Alan Wake Files as well. So I'll just basically get the link for part 1 and then post it in chat. There we go. So there's a link in Twitch chat for part 1 of a 3-part playthrough for Alan Wake's 15th anniversary, a Phase 1 Alan Wake file playthrough, where I took the Alan Wake Files book and read, not in the order that the book has things, but when playing the game, I would read certain sections at certain points. Zayas, you always add it into your yearly playthroughs. Finished it last night, so now you haven't played it this year yet at all. That's good, though, that you squeezed it in and got it done before the new year ticked over. Dr. Darling, you have heating on, but your desk is next to a window and you can feel the cold. Oh, really? It's next to it. Damn. Well, hopefully you can stay warm.
For me, looking back at Alan Wake and the story of Alan Wake, certain things just feel like they have staying power and feel very significant and important for the overall experience. Wake says in the opening line, he talks about the unanswered mystery as something that stays with us the longest. And then we have a poem from Thomas Zane where he says, "Beyond the shadow you settle for, there is a miracle illuminated."
Hey there, Kit Kat. Good morning to you as well. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes. Happy 2026 to you as well. I really hope it's a great year for you. Hope things are going well.
gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Oh, no worries at all, Kit Kat.
Damn.
Guess you could say that car came to a sudden stop. I mean, technically it already did, because the car wasn't moving before that point, but still.
Hello?
Hello? Is someone there? The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
It's interesting when you look at the manuscript pages. Imagine getting pages that described things that were going to happen in your life before they actually happen. Like, imagine how trippy that would be. And in some ways, it might be comforting because it's like, oh, well, I know for sure what's going to happen. But in other ways, it might be frightening because what you read about what might happen might be like, oh, damn, that happens? You know? When you look at the manuscript pages and how they function like that, in a way, they're a little bit of a spoiler because if you want a pure experience of this game without knowing anything beforehand, the manuscript pages give you information before things happen, which might ruin the immersion for some people with manuscript pages and spoilers and stuff like that. But it also kind of falls in line with some kind of like structure where the story isn't 100% linear, you know, and all that kind of stuff. The interesting thing when you put it through the lens of like Norse mythology, for example, and there's a big theme of that in Alan Wake, especially with the Anderson brothers, Thor and Odin. But in terms of like archetypes, you know, having like a seer type character who can see into the future and predict things and see what's going to happen. Well, the manuscript pages are like that. You know, they're essentially a seer in paper form that Alan reads. Manuscript pages from a story that he doesn't remember writing, but he's already written it, you know. And so looking through that lens as well is interesting. And these manuscript pages that you find, I usually just wait until we get the first one and then play what's in it, because some playthroughs I don't get all the manuscript pages. I already have them all unlocked and everything like that, but there's certain ones that when they pop up in the game world, especially when a character gives them to Alan and whatnot, I will actually, you know, read the majority of them where it's like that. So I'll just play this one, Wake Attacked by a Shadowy Murderer.
The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming Arnie Reads. So a random manuscript in the Arnie impression? Absolutely.
I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon. It took a special kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate.
Alright, so you can't pause the audio, so I wanted to let that play before doing my Arnie impression reading of this one. I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage, complete with an impressive sound system, with all the trimmings, including a dragon. It took a special kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Arnie reads. Thank you.
So if we take Wake's opening sentence about mystery and Thomas Saint poem about something beyond the shadow you settle for, I feel we are very much at the heart of what Alan Wake is about. I mean, we just tend to have this overwhelming yearning to have answers and to find one final truth about things. I mean, that's something that we want in real life. That's something that we often look for in fiction, because that kind of is something that consoles us. It's a very comforting thought, but then very often our lives are nothing like that. There is no one final answer. Things can be looked at from many different viewpoints, and this kind of yearning for mystery it's a great driving force. It's driving force for us for discovery and science, and in detective fiction, it's something that we chase, the answer. It just kind of is a great propelling force to drive us forward. But at the same time, should we have that final answer is the question.
And that is a good question as well. Sometimes stories work really well if the ending is, if not completely unknown, ambiguous, where it's like, For example, the movie Total Recall. When the movie ends, there's a big, white, bright flash of light as a transition before the credits start to play. And so it could be perceived in that ending that the character is waking up from a dream, and that the whole experience was just part of the recall experience of the dream, Or some have interpreted that ending as the main character gets lobotomized, and that flash of bright light is the final process in that lobotomizing that happens to Quaid's brain as well. The movie doesn't specifically say which ending is the actual, what perspective is the actual truth, but it's an example of an ending where it's a bit ambiguous as to what literally and I guess canonically has actually happened as well. And so some stories work really well if you don't actually have that concrete ending, but some stories really need some kind of payoff as well. You can't just have an ending be really abrupt. There could be some things that really, really play into that, like if you want a gut punch ending, for example, The Mist, Stephen King's The Mist, to bring it back to something that's, inspired Sam Lake with Alan Wake stuff. Twin Peaks obviously is also a big influence on Alan Wake, but also Stephen King's writings and all that kind of stuff. And so in Stephen King's The Mist, the movie adaptation that is, the novel has a different ending. But I won't spoil what the ending is, but let's just say it's a gut punch. And so that's a very finite way of ending something. you know? So the payoff for some people might be, that ending sucks. I wanted something more uplifting, something a bit more of a happy ending. Where some people might be like, that's the perfect ending because that's how things end sometimes. You know, it'd be great if things just ended happily for people all the time, but you know, it's fortunate for the people that it happens to, but it's unfortunate that not everyone is able to as well. So the ending of a story can be very tricky too, because you want to make sure that the ending feels like it actually makes sense to what's gone on before, and that it should actually feel like you're getting a good payoff for what you've gone through as well, whether it's watching a movie and you've been invested in the characters, or playing a game and you've been invested in the characters as well. And that can be where some things find a tricky situation, because it's like, how do you end something? You know, sometimes the most epic kind of ending to a movie won't be fitting for a drama, but it might be fitting for an action adventure one, you know, as well. But in terms of this game's ending, there's the whole idea of a trade-off and a sacrifice as well. And I feel like the ending that they give, it's not completely happy ending. It does have elements of that, but there's also definite openings for potential sequels, and obviously we eventually got a sequel in 2023. This remaster came out in 2021. So at that point, obviously they were well and truly in development of Alan Wake 2. But the sequel definitely takes a lot of the story threads of the ending of this game and carries on from that. And it still makes the first game have like a full ending, and one that I feel is fitting, but at the same time still leaving some doors to open for sequels and stuff. Red rum, 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 red rum. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming that. I accidentally did the ki ma ma ma. Because I glanced at the redemption, and for some reason, I thought you redeemed the ki ma 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 from Friday the 13th. So I didn't look back to see your redeem after thinking that. But when I actually looked back at chat while I was doing that, I was like, oh shit, it's the red rum, not the ki ma ma ma. So you got a free one. Zereth, anything about red rum, word backwards topic you choose? That's a bit too broad for a horror movie quote, Zereth. It'd probably be better if I did like a quote from the Shining movie, or if there's another kind of, you know, horror movie as well. Because yeah, trying to say things backwards from something else is a bit too tricky. Like, Kit Kat, thank you very, very much for the 10 stream streak. That is excellent. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you so, so much. That freaked you out, Kit Kat. It's funny when it gets redeemed, because I like to sort of wait for a certain point in the game I'm playing to put it in there, because I don't want to do it like instantly as soon as I see it, but want to sort of like give it a bit of time to breathe and make it almost like a jump scare in a way. Zereth, no, you mean the topic beginning with M. So you'd like me to do a horror movie quote from a horror movie that's related to murder. Is that what I'm? Is that how I'm reading it right? It's probably best in the future. I'll still honor it, of course, but it's probably best in the future to not make the redeems of that kind of stuff too sort of like complex or kind of like idiosyncratic as well. Okay, Zereth, yeah. Alright, so I'll find a horror movie that deals with murder and I'll do a quote from it related to that. Yeah, Kit Kat. It's like, what the hell is this Friday the 13th now? I thought this was Alan Wake. What? Hey there, Code. Welcome. Thank you very, very much for the 90 stream streak. Thank you. Appreciate that a hell of a lot. Thank you. How's things, Code? Happy New Year to you. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming the Kiki Ma Ma Ma. Alright, so I've got a horror movie quote from a movie that has murder in it, or being discussed. Yeah, you know, every town has something like this happen. I remember over in Russellville, old Charlie Bowles, about 15 years ago. One night, he finished dinner and he excused himself from the table. He went out to the garage and got himself a hacksaw. Then he went back into the house, kissed his wife and his 2 children goodbye, and then he proceeded to... Where are we? Eh? Oh, it's right over here. Yes, Judith Myers. Couldn't believe it, such a young boy. What are you, lost? Why do they do it? Goddamn kids, they'll do anything for Halloween. He came home. That's from the original Halloween. It's the scene where Loomis is going to the graveyard with the groundskeeper, and the groundskeeper is about to tell him the full details of a story where a crime and murder happened, but he gets cut off. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming that. But yeah, definitely in the future, anything that is very sort of like mimic or kind of like tricky, especially with like a horror movie redeem, it's probably best to err on the side of caution and just do a straight up, you know, can you do, like if there's a specific movie that you want, and things like that. Code, you barely peeked under the covers and it's minus 20 Celsius. Oh, is it really? It's a very, very cold then. Zereth, and it was all a dream. It was Alan fake. But, that is true. It definitely was. Zereth, Max is a pain. Any random quote from Max Payne, please. Okay, so I've got one, Zereth. After Y2K, the end of the world had become a cliché. But who was I to talk? A brooding underdog avenger alone against an empire of evil, out to right a grave injustice? Everything was subjective. There were only personal apocalypses. Nothing is a cliché when it's happening to you. I can't do an impression of James McCaffrey as Max Payne, but that's not the point of the redemption for Remedy games quote. It's just me actually saying the quote from a Remedy game. But there we go, Zereth. That's from, of course, the first Max Payne. Dr. Darling, damn it, you're gone for 5 minutes and Zereth redeemed everything. He sure did. Yes, Zereth redeemed everything. That should be your next name, Zereth. Hey there, Inmeta. Happy New Year to you as well, dude. Thank you very, very much for the Happy New Year wishes. Hope I have a wonderful 2026. Thank you very, very much, Inmeta. I really hope that you have a great 2026 as well. Hope everything is going well.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
And Dr. Darling, anybody there? Don't fall behind. That reminds me, I definitely need to do more to celebrate that game's 15th anniversary as well. Amitra, it's going well, working today, but at least you're working from home and you only work 6 hours. That's great, dude. That's really good timing as well. Get to work from home and it's only 6 hours too. That's really cool. My day's going well. It's good to get back into Alan Wake. Traditionally, I like to stream this as my first streamed game for a new year. And also the first game that I stream for my horror month in October. Within reason, sometimes I might have to, you know, stream a non-horror game if the overlap doesn't work out well. But the game that always kicks off the horror part of October is Alan Wake. But yeah, going really good, thanks, dude. Haven't actually done a playthrough with the remastered commentary since the remaster came out, actually, so it's been good to revisit it as well in that regard.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Doc Darling, the overlap from Alan Wake 2? Perhaps. Or maybe it's all just orange peels.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky. Pleased to meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square. Fair and square. Carl Stucky. Premium. Fair and square. In Bright Falls area. You hit. To arrive, you lose. Great.
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Here's Johnny.
During your recommend trying walking. It's the latest.
Yes.
In
Bright Falls Sheriff Station. How may I...
Hello?
Prove it.
Hello?
Let you kill two birds with one stone.
The spat.
And keep those cholesterol levels low.
The bulldozer had gone over the cliff with the office. I hoped Stucky had suffered the same fate, but I wasn't planning on staying to find out.
Emita, wake up, Alan. It's 2026 already. Come on, you've overslept way, way, way too long. Hey there, Narbro. Coming in with the I only had 2 or 10 beers. Happy New Year, Narbro. I hope that you're having a great day so far. Yeah, Vita. That could be like an alarm clock. Where it's just like, Alan, wake the fuck up. You've overslept. A new year has started. Amita, you only had 1 or 5 glasses of wine. Sounds good.
There were more of them. My head pounded with the concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick. Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Thank you very much, Narbro, for the Happy New Year wishes. Happy New Year, my guy. You're going to be sleeping off this hangover for the next 7 to 10 business days. That's definitely fair too, as well, Narbro. As long as you enjoyed yourself. Happy New Year to you too. Ryu, Alan, wake the fuck up. This is Trevor. Your wife got sick of trying to wake your sleepy ass up. Yes, as in Trevor from GTA. I mean, that would be very lucky if that's all Trevor did.
The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season.
Duck season.
What the hell was that?
Oh, sorry, Alan. That was my stomach growling.
When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
No, bro, you didn't get much sleep. You drunk, purchased God of War 2018 at about 7 and didn't get to sleep until 5. I hope you enjoy God of War 2018. But yeah, that's definitely understandable too. It's very, very early, 5 in the morning. Or late. Real quick, get Rod some pizza. Oh, dude, pizza would be absolutely delicious. Okay, so I want to leave getting all the copy thermoses for a future playthrough.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Caller Stucky, pleased to meet you. Cloaking is a hazardous occupation.
Ryu Carl sounds like he got something stucky up his ass. Yeah, he's not himself lately. Ryu, bullets. Lizzie, well, you made to midnight with a headache. Ah, that really sucks, Lizzie, that you got a headache. I hope that it goes away soon.
Taken. They're taken.
The Taken are filled with darkness. Just a note on the Taken as well. So, the gameplay mechanic where you have the Taken enemy and there's an outer layer of darkness around them which acts as their shield. You can't use regular ammo against them in that state. You can use the flare gun, because the logic is that the flare gun is so powerful that it breaks the shield and also destroys the Taken completely. Essentially, the Taken have become completely under the control of the Dark Presence to the point where there's no way to save them. They're too far gone. And so the only way to basically give them peace, if you want to put it in those terms, is to use light to get rid of the outer shell of darkness around them and then finish them off with a weapon to kill them. Their body disappears as well, so there's no bodies that appear. Now, to say some spoilers for Alan Wake 2 about how the Taken have been retroactively changed. My own thoughts on the actual change, it's not negative, but I feel like it's kind of a bit, tricky, but you can sort of make narrative reasons and logic within the framework of... Anyway, I'm getting too far ahead of myself. In Alan Wake 2, though, the Taken leave an actual body behind. So when you defeat a Taken, their whole body just doesn't disintegrate like they do in the first Alan Wake game. There's still a dead body there. Which this game, has all these different people that have become Taken as well. So once you've dealt with them and gotten rid of them, there's no way to save them, unfortunately. But there's other characters that get affected by the Dark Presence to a certain extent where they are still alive. They haven't been completely taken over, but they're permanently scarred for the rest of their life because of the experience. But they still are able to function on their own and all that kind of stuff temporarily for a while after being basically infected or possessed. They're sort of like in shock and it's very, very disorienting and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's definitely after effects as well. But yeah, the actual Taken enemies though, they're completely too far gone. You can't save them at all. Lizzie, probably not enough water. Yeah, hopefully if you can have some water, that might help a bit too, as well. You, the Taken, not the Tekken. And no, we don't mean the Liam Neeson flick. I only ever saw the first one. I never saw the second and third. But it's funny his pivot, going on to being like a full-on action star. Lizzie, dang, no Tekken. No Tekken. Zereth, did you hear about the god that sleeps a lot? They were the god of snore. Very nice. That's a good one.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
Were you the god of narcolepsy? Yeah, that'll definitely be fitting too, as well, for that pun.
I couldn't stay here. There had to be a way to get up there.
shotgun. Hey there, Lucas. Hope things are going well. Thank you for the happy 2026 wishes. I hope that you have a great year, Lucas. Hope everything's going well. You like the new logo? Oh, very nice. Thank you. Yeah, I wanted something that was basic. I was going to keep the shield motif, but I was also going to add 3 figures in silhouette to kind of be related to the Legion part of the name. But then I thought that got a bit too busy. And then I decided, you know what? I'll get rid of the shield as well, and instead of just having R and L, I'll have the actual full name, Rod Legion. So there we go.
My wife left me because I'm insecure. No, wait. She's back. She just left to go get pizza.
Now that is definitely a really good one. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. It's interesting when you look at the whole motif in Alan Wake about bright lights and flashlights and all other forms of light sources and all that kind of stuff, flare guns and flares and flashbang grenades and all this kind of stuff. But then you've also got the having to put power back on and all that kind of stuff. And so electricity is also something that can obviously emit brightness as well. And so in this game, you're not only using light to burn away the shadows and darkness around the Taken and everything like that, you're not also using light as a weapon in terms of the flares and also defensive things as the actual hand flares and all that kind of stuff. But Alan is essentially adding the spark of brightness by putting the power back on and all that kind of stuff. So that's another element that plays into the whole theme of light and stuff. Lucas, you like it, bold and effective, and I wish you a great year as well. Thank you very, very much, Lucas. I hope that you have a great year too. Thank you very much. And yeah, that's the other thing too. I wanted to make sure that it stood out as well. It's a bit tricky because obviously you've got a 3-letter word versus a 6-letter word. And so by the very nature of that and the fact that like it has to fit inside of a circle, essentially. I was going to do that whole thing to warp the Legion text, but I thought, nah, I'll just keep it like that. Lizzie, a mental support pizza. Yeah. Zereth, she left to get milk and then never came back. But maybe just couldn't find the right milk at the right store. Ryu Bright Falls is going to become Bright Rises. That is true. Instead of the Dark Knight Rises. No, I had a feeling that wasn't going to be too level. There we go, that should be better. It's one of those games where Alan can't grab ledges and then pull himself up.
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
The idea of a mystery ending as part of this kind of a cryptic line, it's not a lake, it's an ocean, is something that I feel, having that mystery there, leaving it into a mystery that has kept Alan Wake in the minds of many of the fans.
The other thing too is that it's a great kind of way to explain the surface level and the depth as well. So it's not a lake. So looking at the surface of it, it's just a lake, you would think. But it's actually an ocean because underneath that layer, it's more than just a lake. And so everything that's going on in this game, on the surface, it might seem to be one thing, but if you go beyond the surface and actually go under into the depths, into the lake itself, it becomes more of an ocean because there's endless possibilities and so much stuff that is lurking beneath that too as well. And with stories, you can view things at a very surface level, which is okay. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's also a lot of stories in video games and movies that actually have a deeper sort of like meaning and things like that too. Some is intended by the creators of, if it's a writer who's written the story, or the people who visualized what you're going to see. So sometimes it's intentional. Other times you can kind of do allegories of stuff. It doesn't mean that that's actually what it is. It just means that you could view it as being something as well. And so with it's not a lake, it's an ocean, it's basically summarizing the fact that, yeah, there's definitely more going on than just what you see on the surface of this whole experience of Alan Wake. And if you take the wider view, the Remedy connected universe as well. Zereth, did you hear about the colorful engine that kept stopping? It was bright stalls. Very, very clever. Review audio commentary by director Max Payne. Yeah, the face at least of Sam Lake. Yeah. It's really cool in Alan Wake 2 how it comes full circle because he's the face of Alex Casey, who isn't Max Payne, of course, but the only reason he isn't Max Payne is because Remedy don't have the rights to the character, so they can't insert him into their games, but they can definitely create what you could call alternate universe versions of Max Payne as well. And so it was cool in Alan Wake 2 that not only did they have Sam Lake have his likeness used for a character, Alex Casey, that is very much Max Payne, but also James McCaffrey voicing Alex Casey, who also was Max Payne. Hey there, Afro. Thank you very, very much for the Happy New Year wishes. Appreciate it. Happy New Year to you too. I really hope that you have a great one. Review alternate universe versions, as long as we don't have to acknowledge the shitty movie. Yeah, that movie with Mark Wahlberg. Which also makes me think of his casting as Sully in Uncharted, but that's another story. Some have said, oh, but, you know, it's a younger Sully. He's not, you know, the old Sully that we see in the games. It's like, well, yeah, but there's just a certain kind of, like, feel that Sully has in the games. And my casting would have been to, you know, cast someone like Bruce Campbell as Sully. I mean, sure, you'd have to make Nathan Drake the same age he is in the Uncharted games, whereas the movie has him in his early 20s or something like that as well. But anyway. Hey there, Dreadnought. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year to you too. Hope everything's going well. We were lucky Mark Wahlberg wasn't cast as Johnny Cage. Oh, was he one of the people that was going to be? Oh, Ryu, nope, just saying, oh, there we go. Because I was going to say, imagine that. I mean, it's not that I don't think Mark Wahlberg can be a good actor or anything, it's just, so far the video game roles he's been hired for, I just don't see it. First movie I saw him in was Fear, that also had Reese Witherspoon in it. Ryu, because one thing is for sure, don't cast Marky Mark in a video game movie.
Salad, no. A man like me needs a hefty meal. That's for today. We enjoy the
You can't even think of a role that would be best suited for him anyways. I mean, not as the main protagonist, but maybe like a GTA movie. Like he could be one of the villains or something. Or one of the rival members of, some kind of like, organization or something maybe. But even then, I wouldn't say that's my strongest suggestion by any means. Even in playthroughs where I don't watch all the Night Springs episodes, like this one, I still always like to watch the very first one that you come across. And it's still my favorite one. So I'll just move that out of the way so it's not interfering in where I put the camera, because I like to try and get the camera as close as possible to the screen. Ryu, a GTA movie would need to be a standalone story. Exactly, Ryu. Yeah. Take the elements of the series, still set it in one of the cities, of course, that's from the games, but you can completely treat it as its own separate universe thing.
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment. known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, 2 new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
So a few things about that Night Springs episode. The Institute, the Moorcock Institute, where that doctor was actually from, in Quantum Break, which came out in 2016, this year it celebrates its 10th anniversary. Going to be doing some playthroughs of that for that. In one of the levels, you can actually find on one of the whiteboards, I think, or one of the signs, a mention of the Moorcock Institute. So that was a really cool little reference, an Easter egg in Quantum Break. And the episode that we just saw was called A Quantum Suicide. So Quantum Suicide, Quantum Break. So there's a nice connection there as well. And the funny thing is, if you look at this from the perspective of like writing and narratives, you know how there's certain characters where it's like they're protected by the story or the plot, some for the rest of the story, but others only till a certain point, and then their plot armor gets stripped away, and then they die. Well, in a way, Dr. Colvin has been an author of his own life to the point where he's come up with a way to prevent himself from dying. However, he inadvertently or unwittingly strips away his own plot armor and his own narrative, so to speak, by not taking into consideration that because the machine that allows him to survive the gunshots is plugged into something, someone kicks the plug out accidentally, and therefore the machine's not working anymore. But he's so caught up in his, anger at being called insane that he doesn't even stop to think about that. He doesn't even think of it as a possibility. So when he goes and shoots himself, he thinks he's doing it just like he did it before. But he doesn't know that the machine isn't actually running anymore, and so when he shoots himself, he dies. Coffeeton, any B-grade action movie can be called GTA movie. I guess if you were to take any movie where there's characters that steal cars and drive them, you could say that that's already a GTA movie. But I feel like there's an element of GTA that has a satirical bent, and also it has its own illogical logic. For example, in a lot of the older games, even GTA 5, you can literally just change the color of your vehicle, and instantly no one remembers that that's the same vehicle. You have hot dog sellers that sometimes they'll just continue selling their product even though someone has been shot and killed nearby. So there's all these different elements in GTA. So at its very basic level, GTA is just characters going around stealing cars and all that kind of stuff. But there's a certain layer of storytelling that happens and logic where if you were to do a movie, you would have to make sure you carry that over because that's part of what makes GTA what it is. It's a very satirical look at society and all that kind of stuff, and so you would need to bring that into the adaptation. Whereas, if you were to do a movie just about some people stealing cars and you were doing it as like a serious thing, then it wouldn't be like a GTA game as well. So I feel like that would make it more than just, a GTA-like movie. So if you were to adapt it into a movie form, as long as you're carrying those elements over, I think it would still be a distinctive thing on its own, separate from other movies where characters steal cars and drive around. Ryu, could you imagine if this game was made back in the PS1 days? This part would have totally been an FMV cutscene. That is true. Makes me think about that channel that does demakes. They don't literally demake the whole entire game back into PS1 graphics, but they just, take a level or something and just showcase what it would be like as well. So I can imagine, Alan Wake being something similar to like Siphon Filter in terms of like how the camera moves around the character. Less like Tomb Raider, for example, which is grid-based, and so the camera isn't one that revolves around. I mean, in the remasters of Tomb Raider 1 through to 6, you can actually move the camera around in old school graphics, but the actual old games didn't allow you to do that. You only had limited field of vision that Lara could look around in the original games. But yeah, I could see them adopting something similar to Siphon Filter and how the character moves around and all that. You can't jump in those games. I mean, you can jump when the character's near something that they can jump off the ground and grab, but you can't just literally have the character jump around like you can with Alan. But that's how I would sort of see them doing that.
Changing a spark plug to your vehicle is not as simple and as you might think. It can be dangerous. It requires patience, even with the engine block takes hours to cool. Dropping tools in the engine belts isn't easy and fatal. Mistakes don't make. Count your tools before and after. Misplaced tools forgotten inside the engine has destroyed more than race car. You should always a professional.
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights at the gas station alive.
Alright, so we're almost through Chapter 1, Episode 1, Mission 1.
So I suppose thinking about the mystery ending of this experience, it is very much something that in fiction that I get excited about and I love is a part of them that something that you will keep on thinking about and pondering about is something that excites me personally and from that perspective I love to craft experiences like that. I love to have elements there that are open to interpretation, that you can piece it together and find an answer for you.
Code Alan Wake, the Lumberjack Edition. He's a lumberjack and it's okay.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting, at least for a moment. The sane world reasserted itself. The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now. The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Losing our minds, losing our minds, losing our minds. Not exactly the same wording that Alan used, but in the ballpark. That's from The Evil Within.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker. You are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen. I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake. Not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night.
Previously on Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice! Now, she's missing. Alice? Alice? I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at. But the cabin had disappeared.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
This is Alan Wake's
Worst weather
story.
I've ever seen.
told from his perspective and his point of view. And at the same time, Alice is a hugely important character. She has very little screen time, but the scenes we have Wake together with Alice, we learn a lot about Wake as a character. And Alice remains as his motivation through the whole experience. Do we actually clearly get to see Alice as a person? Or are we seeing the version of Alice that Alan Wake sees or thinks she is? Because he is very much wrapped around his own struggle, his own flaws and thoughts.
Zereth, happy new zombie. Are we done with this losing contest? Dr. Darling, are we done with this must have been Zereth contest? Seemingly not so, no. Lizzie, you're so ready to freaking crash. I'm a fucking god, you're tired. I don't blame you. That's for sure, Lizzie. Hopefully, you'll be able to get some good sleep as well. Definitely understandable to need to get some good rest too. Especially if you're not feeling 100%. What Sam Lake said there is a really good point about a character and whether or not we are seeing a character through the eyes of another character, which can be skewed, or are we actually seeing the character as they objectively are? And that's a narrative device that can be used in many different ways. For example, in Assassin's Creed 3, Haytham, who you play as for the first part of the story, we see everything through his lens, through his perspective. And it's not until towards the end of his part of the playable portion anyway, that we find out that he's actually a Templar. And so when the narrative then shifts to Connor years later, we start to see things through Connor's perspective. And from his perspective, we see how the Templars actually are. Whereas from the perspective of Haytham, we see how he views himself and the Templars. And so to bring it back to what Sam Lake was saying about Alice, where it was like, are we seeing Alice purely just from Alan's perspective? Or are we also seeing her from an objective perspective? And with this part of the story being a flashback, obviously it's not necessarily part of the horror story that's coming to life for Alan, even though as a whole piece, everything that Alan is writing is part of the overall narrative. And so you could argue that it can be a chicken or the egg, which one came first, you know? So these flashbacks, are they something that Alan wrote to create his backstory, or did his backstory already exist naturally through being born and, you know, living his life and all that kind of stuff? But when we see Alice here in these flashbacks, you could, I guess, argue that we're seeing both how she is from Alan's perspective, but also from an objective perspective as well. And the conversations that they have in this flashback, it's definitely before they started having problems in their marriage, and you see them in a light, to use a pun. You see them in a light where they're still getting on really well, like there's no resentment or anything like that. And so we get a bit of a glimpse into, I guess, the purest early rendition of Alice and also Alan. But yeah, Brett Madden, who played Alice in Alan Wake 1 and also in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, she unfortunately passed away a few years ago. She was really great as Alice, and it would have been interesting too to see what she would have done as Alice in the sequel. Zereth Detroit, become Templar. Be right back. No worries at all.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey. Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up.
Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're all right.
You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen. You gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then.
Pearly Snow, thank you very, very much for the Happy New Year wishes. Happy New Year to you too. I hope that you have a great year.
I told him, well, I don't hear. Where on your feet?
This mumbling he does, so funny. That whole, it was a goddamn space alien line is so good. And I've got a little bit of a meme that I have that connects a different game. So when I play Deus Ex Human Revolution, I put in the command for the goddamn space alien from Alan Wake, and vice versa for Alan Wake when... so you got the aliens comment in Deus Ex Human Revolution. Makes me wonder, who's in on this? Lim? Tai Yong? The government? Fucking aliens? Shit, what are they planning? Zereth, you're innocent. You weren't drunk when you punched him. I wasn't drunk then. And then...
Oh, why'd you do that for? You're with them, aren't you? You're those space aliens! You think you got me right where you want? Well, you just wait! You just wait!
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
So this radio is going to have an interview or a message from Pat Main, and he references these two youths from Watery, and in Alan Wake 2, which takes place 13 years after this game.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
Retroactively, I like to think that Pat Main in this game is actually referencing the Koskela brothers, Ilmo and Jaakko, in Alan Wake 2, because they're in Watery and they have a business creating parade floats for Deerfest, but also Moosefest, which is Watery's version of Deerfest.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the Sheriff's Department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting, the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
So, canonically, Pat Main may not be speaking about Jaakko and Ilmo Koskela, but I like to retroactively think that he's actually referencing them as the ones who were drunk. I mean, it definitely would fit them as well. Especially in Alan Wake 2, their commercials they do for Armour beer.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. Oh, I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers. A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh! Hey! Oh, my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him!
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan.
I'm a Finn, so I was born in Finland and have lived here all my life. At the same time, I've been pretty much raised with American popular culture, comic books, TV, movies, books, and it is a huge part of the inspiration, but it's always felt like, you know, this kind of a unique perspective of using that inspiration, but being outside and looking in, and that gives us a unique perspective.
What's cool too about what Sam Lake was saying there is that in Alan Wake 2, you see a lot more of the Finnish culture and the influence, especially with the town of Watery, which is near, basically a neighboring town to Bright Falls and everything like that. So you see a lot of things like saunas and all that kind of stuff. And so it's pretty cool that he's been able to, with the sequel, add that Finnish flavor even more than what we might see in Alan Wake 1. And even to the point where Tor and Odin actually have Finnish words that they say, whereas in this game they don't speak the language. Not to say that they, in the universe, at this point weren't able to, but I mean to say, in the game, we never hear them say any Finnish words, whereas in the sequel, they do. So I think that's really cool. To put things through a different lens, like if you grow up watching movies and other forms of media from a different country, when you're actually doing something that is supposed to be set in those places, you can also add a little bit of a twist to the perspective as well. And so Alan Wake 1 versus Alan Wake 2, there's definitely a lot more Finnish elements that are put into Alan Wake 2 than there are in Alan Wake 1. Having said that, though, I'm no expert on Finnish culture or anything, so maybe there's a lot of stuff in Alan Wake 1 that is that, but I've just not noticed because I don't have that knowledge. But it is interesting to see the difference between Alan Wake 1 and Alan Wake 2 in that respect as well. Lizzie, you need to get some sleep. Thanks for the stream, and good luck with the game. Definitely understandable, Lizzie. I hope you get some good rest. Hopefully you'll have a better day tomorrow. No worries at all for the stream. Thank you for the good luck wishes too.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do you
and everything's
understand
just...
what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
All right, wait here.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No. This whole thing... Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
Right, thanks.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves. and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay. Okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. But you're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Obviously, being a Finn and having lived here all my life, the culture is very much part of me, and you know, can't help but to bring in elements of it into my writing. And I think that that can be seen in the stories of Remedy games, even starting from the original Max Payne. I mean, there was this huge winter storm that was part of the setting of that game. And it's in other games as well.
Pearly Snow, oh my god, you're a Finn too, this is fascinating. Oh, very nice, Pearly Snow, that's cool. Dr. Darling, ancient aliens from the Old Kingdom. It was a goddamn space alien.
Real funny, Al. Real funny. Ha ha! Thank you. I'll just sit here in the dark till you come back. Or until I get eaten by a grue. I didn't realize we were back in the 3rd grade here.
To trigger this dialogue, you need to make sure that you don't shine the light in Barry's face first. So if you avoid doing that first and then go down the stairs to the lights, when you turn them off the first time, you'll have the first bit of dialogue. Then when you turn them back on, he won't say anything. But when you turn them back off again, that's when he says that line. Don't know if he says anything else. Let's check.
Seriously, cut it out, Al. My nerves are shot.
There we go. So he says it even more if you do it a couple more times. But unfortunately, it's at the expense of the dialogue that you get if you shine the light in his face. But I'm glad I remembered the trigger for that other dialogue. Because in previous playthroughs, there's been moments where I'm like, oh, I forgot how to actually trigger it. but that's why I can restart checkpoint. That should be before turning the lights off. There we go.
Be careful with the natives, Al. These
Pearly Snow, you never played any of these games. Looks like you should. Oh, absolutely, Pearly Snow, yeah. Yeah. Alan Wake 2 has even a lot more, of Finnish culture in it. So really expanded upon what he was saying in this commentary there. This remaster came out in 2021, and they were in development at that time for Alan Wake 2, which came out in 2023.
Lock the door when I leave.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Dr. Darling, ancient aliens that built the pyramids from the Old Kingdom. Getting into Stargate territory now. Okay, so now that I've shown the other dialogue, I can now show the dialogue if you shine the light in Barry's face.
You want to know where you can shove that flashlight?
Obviously, being a Finn and having lived here all my life, the culture is very much part of me, and can't help but to bring in elements of it into my writing. And I think that can be seen in the stories of Remedy games, even starting from the original Max Payne. I mean, there was this huge winter storm that was part of the setting of that game. And it's in other games as well.
Watch where you point that thing, Al! Stop it, Al! Stop it! You're giving me a migraine, Al. You know I'm useless with a migraine.
Pearly Snow, oh really? Can't wait. You also seem to have them both already on your PlayStation account for some reason. Oh, very nice. That's really cool. There's also another game by Remedy that's connected. You don't have to play it before playing Alan Wake 2, but the game called Control is another game by Remedy, and that's got a lot of Finnish elements in it too. Code, today's menu includes roasted bread slices, swede paste leftovers, minced onion, smoky sausage, herbs, mustard, and cheese. Possibility for baby tomatoes and a bit of cream pepper sauce. That is definitely really good, Code. I hope that you enjoy all that food. That sounds like a good combination. And Rai, thank you very much for the follow. Zereth, just control yourself. Now. That's getting into redacted territory there, Zereth. Got to watch out, there might be an orange peel.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Pearly Snow, you heard great things about Control. Yeah, it's really, really fun. There's a character in it too that is just so cool, and really adds a really unique element. Zereth, Control Alt Delete. Code, we do not do redacted here, only full blast blackouts. Full blast ones, yeah.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice. vision left me weak. This was no head injury. Rusty? Damn.
Rusty, hang on!
Oh, God!
I'm coming!
Please, help me! Anybody? Help me! Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone! Please help! Help me!
Hello?
Back here! I'm back here! Hey, please help me! Mr. Wake?
Oh, hell.
It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Finnish culture, Finnish landscape, the nature, I feel has been one way or the other a part of all of Remedy Games' stories. In Alan Wake, obviously, we have light and dark in a strong role, and if we think about the seasons in Finland and the kind of the schizophrenic nature of winters being very dark and summers being all sunshine way into the night, there is an echo of that in the themes of light and dark. The Pacific Northwest landscape, everything is huge, but in Finland the nature is much more modest. But beyond that, I feel that there are a lot of similarities in the landscape of it, and also Finland has a lot of small towns with larger than life quirky characters, and you know, having spent all of my childhood summers in the countryside and in small town settings, it certainly is something that resonates and feels like a part of what should be in this story.
There's something too about this game was that originally it was envisioned that it would be more open world. But instead of deleting stuff and basically making things more claustrophobic and enclosed, they still kept a lot of the environments that they had rendered and all the objects and stuff, and still kept it there. So while there are obviously collectibles that have been put way out where, there are a lot of moments where you can just basically explore the environment. And so if you like exploring in games, even just for the sake of exploring, there's a lot of areas that you can actually explore quite a bit. But it's still not like an open world game though. But you can still feel the scope that they wanted to originally go for before they started to scale it back a bit in terms of like where the narrative actually takes you and all that kind of stuff. Pearly, like how he says it's more modest, hit the nail in the head there. And that's the other thing, Pearly Snow too, like being someone that understands, you know, and knows that, like, that would be cool to see you play this game and be able to give some extra insights and stuff too, as well. Code, and when last night there was last year's temp record broken, minus 38.4 Celsius at north. Even the car starts to want under same covers. Yeah, the car's like, it's too cold outside, let me in.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on. Rusty! The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Rusty! Hunting licenses!
Hey there, Shin. Thank you for the Happy New Year wishes as well. Happy New Year to you too. You can now officially say the last time you took a shower was last year. Well, I've actually had a shower today, the 1st of January, so the last shower I had was actually this year.
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Code, new menu item added, electroshocks via broken wires. Exactly, Code, yeah. Yeah, it's good to be able to use that if you want to conserve ammo a bit.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fishing! For those visitors who purchase a park
fishing
license, obey
the park ranger's instructions
at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never!
You approach closer than 100 yards.
To bears and wolves, never approach any other
wildlife
closer than
25 yards.
Pets must be leashed
At all times.
Never leave your
Pet unattended.
It is
against the law
to remove any
natural objects
or historical artifacts from the park
grounds.
Shin, never leave your car unattended. Yeah, Rusty laying down the rules for staying at the Elderwood National Park. Don't feed the animals. Oh, you thought the guy said cat. Oh, it's so funny how I completely didn't notice you put the word cat. Maybe I just assumed you meant car and didn't realize that you thought he said cat. But maybe now that I think about it, maybe it's me that is thinking that he said car when he actually said cat.
Still on the Finnish culture, I mentioned the horror movie screenplay I wrote, Undertow, and Anderson Brothers, Tor and Odin being a part of that already. Now, that story is set in Finland, and yet we have Tor and Odin as Swedish-speaking Finns in there. Now, we never go into details in Alan Wake on their background, but they just might be Swedes, or they could actually be Finnish Swedes.
What's interesting is knowing that at this point, when this commentary was recorded in 2021, they were definitely in deep development for Alan Wake 2. The characters of Odin and Tor, when you see them in Alan Wake 2, what Sam Lake was talking about there with their backstories, you definitely get to know a lot more about their backstories than what this game gives you. Code Cat would just eventually find you and stare. Where's my food, human? I demand food. It should have been here before I was even in the vicinity.
What the hell was that? I saw it from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Code, while at your aunt's, one of the two cats found a scare tactic versus the other cat. Spend 15 minutes rubbing itself on your beard, then go somewhere nearby and wait till the second cat comes, sniffs your beard, and jumps off like it's seen as in a demon. Generally, you think at least one of them is a gremlin in disguise. Those pesky gremlins. Well, make sure that they don't get wet. Don't expose them to bright sunlight or light. And whatever you do, never ever feed them after midnight. It's funny in the second Gremlins movie, Gremlins 2, The New Batch, where they kind of poke fun at that rule from the first movie about not feeding them after midnight, where one of the characters in the second movie asks Billy, one of the main characters from the first movie, about what about different time zones?
We gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake.
What's interesting about this game is that at the start, when you're on the ferry, if you, as the player, don't make Alan go to the point on the ferry where this character Mott actually is, from your player perspective, when Alan mentions that he saw this guy on the ferry, you yourself, if you're playing for the first time and you didn't actually go and explore that part of the ferry, would be going, what do you mean? I don't remember seeing this guy on the ferry. But if you did, then you'd be like, oh yeah, that's that guy, we stood near him on the ferry. But the thing is too, just because we as the player did not observe Alan actually seeing him, it's not like Alan magically appeared on the ferry when we first saw him on the ferry. He got onto the ferry before the scene when we actually see him on the ferry. So at any point he could have seen Mott. He could have gotten out of the car that he and Alice had and looked down at the end of the ferry and saw Mott and remembered him that way as well. But from the player perspective, if you don't see him on the ferry, when Alan says that he saw him on the ferry, it might make you think, hang on, I don't remember seeing him on the ferry.
So, I feel that Finnish culture will be, in one way or the other, present in all the stories I'll be writing. And in fact, in Control, if we go beyond Alan Wake, we have Ahti, the strange janitor character who definitely has a Finnish background, and even a Finnish tango as part of it.
Ah yes, the Finnish tango. Such a great piece of music and song. Artie. I'd love an audio book of all Artie's sayings.
That's what I got for you! Ah, damn it! Ah! Stop fighting me! Bring it! Oh, that's how you want to play it! You like that, boy? Huh? Get some! Yeah! That's right! How's that, huh? That's right! You just keep coming! Come on, you wuss! Just die already! Die! That's what I got for you!
Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it. Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it. Oh, you feeling better now, Wake? All cozy and safe.
Lynch Mob, Happy New Year to you. Hope things are going well. Thank you for redeeming the first Arnie movie scene impression for 2026. Thank you, Lynch Mob. How's things? Alright, Lynch Mob, I've got one. That's right. Well, maybe this will convince you. Would you mind opening the door? You open it. No need to be rude. I'll open it. Oh. Guessing that you're not here either. I'm here at recall. I love you. Right. That's why you tried to kill me. No. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I want you to come back to me. Bullshit. What's bullshit, Mr. Quaid? Afraid to admit that you're having a schizo-paranoid episode? Or that you really are an invincible secret agent from Mars who is in the middle of an interplanetary conspiracy to make him think that he's a lowly construction worker? Stop punishing yourself, Doug. You're a fine, upstanding man. You have a beautiful wife who loves you. You have a whole life ahead of you, but you got to want to return to reality. If I wanted to return, then what? Swallow this. What is it? It's a symbol for your desire to return to reality. In your dream, you fall asleep. Then the rest is up to you. Okay, let's say you're telling the truth, and this is all a dream. But I could pull this trigger, and it won't matter. Doug, don't. Oh, it wouldn't make the slightest difference to me, Doug. But the consequences to you will be devastating. Because in your mind, I'll be dead, and with no one to guide you out, you'll be stuck here in permanent psychosis. Let Dr. Edgemar help you. The walls of reality will come crashing down. 1 minute you'll be the savior of the rebel cause, and the next thing you know you'll be Cohagen's bosom buddy. You'll also have fantasies about alien civilizations, as you requested, but in the end, back on Earth, you will be lobotomized. So get a grip on yourself, Doug, and put down that gun. Take the pill and put it in your mouth. Swallow it. Now you've done it. Now you've done it. There wasn't much of Doug in there, so if I scroll down in IMDb a bit more, what have we got? I'll grab another one from the same movie, which is Total Recall, of course. Please state the street and number. Drive! Drive! I'm not familiar with that address. Would you please repeat the destination? Anywhere. Just go. Go! I'm not familiar with that address. Would you please repeat the destination? Shit. Shit. Would you please repeat the destination? Thank you, Lynchmob, for redeeming that from Total Recall, the original one. First Uzi 9mm dose of the year. Happy New Year to you too. Absolutely. The first Uzi 9mm from the Terminator. Absolutely. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes, Lynchmob.
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake. Filthy monster! Stop fighting me! Like that, boy? Huh? Still. Get some!
piece of cake, Wake. In that case, he'd be Alan Bake.
See? Nothing to it.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her mouth.
You're gonna give me the manuscript or you'll be sorry!
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
So staying with Ahti, and this is a huge spoiler, in Control's AWE DLC, if you do all the Ahti missions, you'll get a postcard from him. And there he is, at home and happy on the porch of his sauna. And the title places him in the Washington state. So it is this big loop, and it all comes back to Alan Wake.
The DLC that Sam Lake mentioned for Control, AWE. In Control, there's a lot of scientific names for concepts and things that in Alan Wake aren't given. So it's always interesting playing Control, having played Alan Wake, and seeing how they classify certain things. And one of the things that they look at is when there's some big, massive, weird, crazy event that happens, where there's some kind of reality shifting or there's some other kind of phenomena like that, they call it an altered world event, so AWE. In respect to the Alan Wake DLC for Control, you could say AWE is the Alan Wake experience as well, acronyms and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that loop that Sam Lake's mentioning about the character of Ahti, Washington State is where basically Bright Falls is set. And so to have Artie be visiting there and sending a postcard to Jesse Faden, who's in the oldest house, it's quite a great connection. I'm really glad that I played Control before playing Alan Wake 2. Because there's a lot of things in that game as well related to Control and Artie and everything that would have went over my head otherwise. Because originally I wasn't going to play Control, because I wasn't sure if it was going to be a good game on its own merits. I thought, yeah, it might be cool to see the Alan Wake connections, but maybe the game itself wouldn't be that good. So I didn't really have like a strong desire to lock it in as a playthrough. But I'm glad I changed my mind and did, because I really like the game on its own as well. It's not just a really cool and fun game on its own. It's not just a cool and fun game in relation to the wider Remedy universe, but it's also a great game in and of itself as well.
In Egypt, they found a mummy covered in chocolate and nuts. They think they found Pharaoh Rocher.
Pharaoh Rocher. Nice one, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. And those chocolates are really, really nice, actually. Haven't had them for a while. Ah, hey there, Vegas. Thank you very much for the lurking. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes. I really hope you have a great year this year. How's things? Hey there, Scar. Good morning to you too. Happy 2026 to you. How's things? It's going slow, Scar. You just woke up. That is totally fair and understandable for sure. Vegas, you just stayed home with your lady and watched the ball drop on TV and drank some tea? Oh, very nice, Vegas. That's cool. Sounds like you had a great time. That's awesome to be able to bring in the new year like that. That's really cool. I was like, surely I'll be able to land on it. There'll be enough smaller the gap to make it, but nope.
Beware of Widowmakers.
I don't get why New York City gets so much attention for its New Year's Eve celebration. Every single year, they drop the ball. I know, right? Nice one, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Nice pun there. Vegas, that's all you needed to celebrate the new year. Having your lady and cats alive and healthy is a blessing, and you thank God every day for them. That is all you need to make your new year happy. You don't like going out to busy bars or around a ton of people, just not your jam. That's totally fair as well, Vegas. It's great to celebrate in the way that you really enjoy and that you want to do as well. It's definitely good to be thankful.
hazardous occupation.
Don't need to hazard a guess, then I guess that it's a hazardous occupation.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Vegas, how's the playthrough coming along? It's coming along really, really well. This is the remastered version they released in 2021, and it included the original game's video commentary, but they also did a new commentary, a different one as well. It wasn't just the previous commentary remastered. So I thought for this playthrough I would play with that active. So at certain points you have Sam Lake talking about a lot of stuff related to the story and all that kind of thing. And the last time I did this playthrough type was back when the remaster came out, so it's very good to get a refresher on what he says in the commentary. And we're in Chapter 2 at the moment. For this playthrough, I think only the main chapters have actually been given the commentary treatment. But I can double check that between streams. But yeah, the 2 DLC episodes, as far as I know, don't have commentary with them. If they do, I'll do them too, but if not, then I'll just do the main crux of the story, the 6 chapters.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Vegas, this game takes place in arguably one of the most beautiful states, Washington. Yeah. I don't know where they would situate Bright Falls in the Washington State area, but definitely where this game is set in the overall sort of like geography. Scar, is it possible to play without using the flashlight? No. There are some parts where the flashlight isn't available to Alan, or he doesn't use it, but you can't actually turn it on and off when you want, though. At least I don't think you can. I've got to be careful sometimes, because with some games, I play it so often that certain bits of information get discarded, because I don't focus on it as a thing. But yeah, you can't actually turn the flashlight off when you want. Vegas Bright Falls is fictional. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, definitely knew that. But the woods and area it is showing actually looks like what Washington looks like in the woods. Oh, that's really good. It's good that they were able to really recreate that look and feel as well. Scar, what about not using its burning power thing? Oh, absolutely, you definitely can. You could also do a challenge with it where you can't even shine the light on the enemies at all, because even just simply moving the light across them actually removes the shadow around them, just very, very slowly. So in that way, yeah, you definitely could play without the flashlight. Sorry, I went with the literal, can you actually, like, you know, use it as in turn it on and off? Or do you have to use it as in, do you even have to have it on?
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing. It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Vegas, the shadows are calling you. Lurk mode activated. No trouble at all, Vegas. I really hope you get some good sleep. Thanks for popping in for a bit. Thank you for leaving the lurk too. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Vegas Glave's channel. He's been doing a playthrough of Killer Frequency. Thanks again for popping in, Vegas. Really hope you have a great rest.
I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Oh, I see, Vegas. Not sleeping, just watching a movie. You're nocturnal. You sleep very little. Oh, that's totally fair, Vegas. I hope that you enjoy the movie that you're going to be watching.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
Bye now.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Good girl.
Scar, did you hear about the bird law? Which bird? What birds? I didn't see any birds. Bit of a birdemic.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Oh, Scar, sorry. That song, yeah. The bird is the word. That song. I don't know if that's the actual name of it, but there's some of the lyrics for it. What I'm going to do is take a break. I'm going to take a 15-minute break, and then when I come back, we'll do the next chapter. I think that'll be a good amount of chapters for one stream. While I'm on my break, I'm going to put the game screen to the menu because there's some music and stuff, so I have that playing. In terms of visually, you'll know that I've actually come back from my break when I go out of the menu I'm going to be in. So we'll go to quit to main menu, and then I'll go into the extras screen. So you'll know visually that I've come back from my break when I actually go to the screen that has the actual title of the game, Alan Wake Remastered. Before I do that though, I just want to put a pinned message up to the top of chat about going on the break. Not yet Vegas, no. Just going on a break, but wanted to have a screen that had some music on it. The poor screen doesn't have anything. So I'll be back in 15 minutes with more Alan Wake. Alrighty then, back from my break. Hey Dr. Darling, 4 minutes until Rod is back. Well, it ended up being longer than that because by the time I saw your message when I came back from my break, the timer that I set up with the pinned message had been over. So I don't actually know how many minutes after it disappeared. But here we are. So I'm going to re-trigger the recap of what happened in the first 2 chapters. Even though in this stream it's already been discovered. This is more for the people watching it live. People who are watching the VOD will already have seen this. But just to recap for those viewers watching live, I'll let the chapter that I'm up to, which is chapter 3, start from the very start again. Dr. Darling, 4 minutes late. Unacceptable. Damn it. I guess I'll have to play Assassin's Creed Rogue now and stream it. Just kidding.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Dreadnought ETA 0 mics. Not sure if that's supposed to be mics or minutes. Dr. Darling, need a rose emote, preferably with a creepy smile, rising up like Alan does in that. Yeah. Need more emote slots.
Just follow me. It's not far.
Can only swap out so many before other ones can't be used temporarily. But it's definitely a good idea for a future emote idea.
I got things to do. This place don't run itself.
As a writer, when I'm working on a story, I do like a bit of a guiding structure for it. I mean, there are obviously very different story structures out there. You know, your basic 3-act structure, hero's journey, and all. And I kind of use some of these as a reminder to myself that whenever I kind of run into a problem in the story, then I glance back at these structures if there is any help to be offered.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Hey, Mr. Goethe. Happy New Year, dude. What are the odds you got this game too on the Switch? Very nice. That's really good. That's good that you got it on the Switch.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going. I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I think Rose is a fan of Alan Wake. I mean, it's just a hunch. I don't really know 100% for sure, but I think she's actually a fan of Alan Wake. I mean, you know, I guess the signs are there somewhere, but I mean, who knows? Dreadnought, 0 mics is how many kilometers a helicopter or support is from an objective. Now, if you take a helicopter and tell someone your ETA from their position is 1 mic, it means the helicopter is 1 minute away. And you meant it as you are 0 minutes from being back. Oh, that's really cool, Dreadnought. Thanks for explaining. That's interesting. So, yeah, how many kilometers a helicopter or support is from an objective. And then translating that into how much time it would take to get there. Dr. Darling, according to the wiki, Sam Fisher is 68 years old, so he's 56 in Blacklist. Totally fitting looks. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Plus he can get infected by that very, very, like, toxic poison and almost die, but he's fine, like, no side effects or nothing, you know. He doesn't need, like, probably a rest period of a few days or something. He's just, like, right back into the action. But it just goes to show that there's a big, big difference in how the first 5 games in the series treat his age versus how Blacklist does. Now, granted, Conviction is the first game in the series that gives Sam the really, really quick abilities to, you know, jump up on a pipe and quickly crawl across and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in the first 4 games, you really feel the weight of Sam as a character against hanging off of stuff and going across pipes where it's not fast, you know what I mean? And so Blacklist takes that even further by having a Sam Fisher who looks like a man in his 30s, even though he's supposed to be 56. Which, I mean, people can look younger than they actually are. Like, you can take someone who's 40 and they might look like they're 30, you know. But in the case of Sam Fisher, who is very clearly from the first game supposed to be a much older character, the fact that Blacklist treats him like he's, you know, 20 years younger than he is a bit unrealistic to how he had been portrayed in the first 4 games at least. But at least in Conviction, he still looks like he's an older man, you know. Exactly, Mr. Gote, just a fan. Yeah, I mean, people who are fans of stuff, you know, they wouldn't actually have anything like a book of Alan's, or all of them as well. I mean, having photos of a celebrity that people are crushing on, I mean, that's something that is been around for a long time. But, I mean, I'm surprised that Rose doesn't actually have a picture of Alan directly above her bed on the ceiling. Dr. Darling, in the next Splinter Cell game, 2046, he will be 88 years old and crouching because of his age, trying to escape from a retirement home. Oh, no, no, no. He'll just use his nanotechnology suit or whatever it was that they introduced in some kind of DLC he was in some other franchise or something. I can't remember what it was now, but yeah, they gave him some nanotechnology to help him move faster or some sci-fi stuff that's not in the realm of what was established in the games.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
My gun and flashlight.
Still talking about the structure for the story. For Alan Wake, more than anything, like as this guiding structure, I had 5 stages of grief in my mind. And that comes to the idea of this being a psychological thriller. And a lot of this is about how our hero Alan Wake sees the situation. I mean, we have these crazy supernatural things starting to happen, and so we start from denial, and he can't really accept it, and then we go through these steps of anger and bargaining, and ultimately accepting and embracing this madness. And because it's psychological, we have this open question: is this supernatural, and is he going mad and embracing the madness?
We all go a little mad sometimes. That's something that in episode 4, when Hartman is telling Alan that, you know, your wife is dead, you had a car accident, you are hallucinating things, you couldn't deal with your wife's death, so you came up with this big story about how there's forces of darkness and you are the hero, there's light that you need to use against them, and there's monsters and all that kind of stuff. So if you're playing through the game for the first time, it may make you think, oh shit, maybe this is all in Alan's head. Maybe there's no monsters. Maybe he thought he saw them, but he didn't actually see them. Maybe they're just a figment of his imagination. But the ironic thing is, they are a figment of his imagination. Because in order to write the story that he's writing, his imagination is one of the driving forces of that. And so there is an element of his imagination at work. But these are definitely real things that are happening. They're not just something that he's hallucinating and aren't real. They've completely become manifested into reality through using the typewriter, which earlier I was talking about how Control adds a lot of scientific names for the phenomena in Alan Wake. So if you've played Alan Wake and then you play Control, it's quite interesting to see what they came up with. And so you have objects of power and you have altered items, and Alan Wake's typewriter is considered to be an object of power, where it's not simply Alan thinking about what he wants to write and just coming true. It's not just a simple thought process. And it's not necessarily just simply him sitting down and writing on like a bit of paper. But when he's using the typewriter and comes up with something, that is when it gets put into reality through his words and all that kind of stuff. And so what you have is a character that is sort of like trying to write and keep in mind all these different moving parts to make sure that it all fits the narrative. Because the way that the logic works is that the Dark Presence, it can basically use whatever power is given to it, which before Alan actually starts writing, the power that it has was sort of like, very, very weak. It was still existing, but it wasn't strong. And the more power and influence it actually has over the reality of what's going on, the more powerful it becomes. So basically through him being under the influence of the Dark Presence, it using him as a puppet, basically the Dark Presence is using Alan as a conduit to make it stronger by making Alan write it to be stronger. But there's a part of Alan that recognizes what's going on, and so he basically he writes into existence some kind of like, loophole in a way, but it's not like a loophole where it can just go, right, all of a sudden, everyone who got affected is just fine, and things just go back to normal. The end. Unfortunately, it can't work like that as well. But yeah, Alan, at this point, and in the next chapter, it's kind of like, first-time players might be like, is he actually going crazy? Is he seeing this? Is it real? And all that kind of stuff. Carly, why does Alan Wake look like a bully victim? You're rebranding. A bully victim? Oh, with his band-aid, like with his injury on his forehead. Yeah, that happened in a car crash that he had. But as for rebranding, no, I've just changed the logo for my channel, that's all. Dreadnought, an update of the Ubisoft hack. The person or persons that hacked them got almost full access of Ubisoft. Oh, damn. I didn't realize that the scope of it was that large.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane!
I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake! Come on! Make it easy!
Get after him! Don't let him get away! Move it! Move it! Move it! I'll hold the shot if you let him get away!
Stop running! We have the suspect in sight!
Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
This way!
head him off!
Carly, Alan Wake unleashes his inner Max Payne. Absolutely. Remedy, because they don't own the rights to Max Payne anymore, they couldn't literally have Max Payne be in the Remedy connected universe, unfortunately. But there's a character named Alex Casey that Alan wrote books about, and he's basically Max Payne. They even got the actor for Max Payne, James McCaffrey, to voice the narration of Alex Casey in this game with the manuscript pages that are from one of the books that Alan wrote. And then you also have that reference there with the slow-mo and the bullet time. And then there's like a parody of that in word form from a character talking about mullet time and all that kind of stuff. And then you got like a scene where you see Sam Lake, who was the face of Max Payne in Max Payne 1. You see him in a talk show segment that has Alan being interviewed by the talk show host. But at the end of that interview, they show Sam Lake and also Poets of the Fall as well. So yeah, there's quite a lot of references they do. There's even a dog named Max, who when you first find and see him, he's in pain. You know, things like that. Dr. Darling, Detroit, become goddamn maniac. Damn right, I'm a maniac. Mr. Goethe, goddamn maniac. I know, right? That's Alan in a nutshell. He's a maniac. Detroit, become Detroit. Become Detroit. Carly, they did pretty good with the faces for such an old game. Yeah, this is the remastered version, but even the original, they did pretty well with that. In the original version, though, the face model for Alan was someone completely different. But in the remaster, they made the face model be Ilka Vili, who plays Alan in live action. And I've got a command, actually, for the actors that bring Alan to life. So you got Alan's physical actor in live action, and Alan's face model is Ilka Vili, and Matthew Peretta voices Alan in all forms that you see him in. So in the original Alan Wake, the actual in-game character face model wasn't Ilka Vili's, it was someone else's, but the live action parts were still Ilka Vili. But for this remaster, they wanted to make it match Ilka Vili being the physical actor for Alan, so that's one of the other changes they made. Carly, isn't this game about fighting ghosties? How are trees falling apart? They don't wield that much power. Well, in the world of this game, they definitely do. There's an overall dark presence that is able to not only manipulate people, but also objects in the environment as well. Hey, Sir Ala, welcome. Alan Wake, Alan Sleep, Alan promoting new mattresses. That's a good point. Yeah, exactly. Carly Max the dog in pain is fucking hilarious. Yeah, I thought that was a nice touch. Zereth, it makes me wonder who's in on this. Lim, Tai Yong, the government, fucking aliens? Shit, what are they planning? it was a goddamn space alien. the Earth, I had a goddamn space alien. Now that would be a twist in Red Dead Redemption. Thank you for redeeming the Kiki Ma 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 from Friday the 13th, Sayala. Thank you. Hey there, Extreme. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you very, very much for the Happy New Year wishes. I hope that you have a great 2026. Carly, sorry for dropping the F-bomb in your kids' channel, Rod. Well, number one, Carly, this is a mature-rated channel, and so swearing is something that you will hear me actually do and all that. So yeah, it's definitely not a general rated channel, that's for sure. Having said that though, it doesn't mean anything goes in this channel. There's certain things that are definitely off limits for discussion and also in my Discord for posting as well. So having said that, it's not like anyone can just, post whatever smut or anything they want. There's definitely limitations. But yeah, this is definitely not a kid's Twitch channel, and if any children are watching, that's completely and utterly the responsibility of the parents or guardians to make sure that they're not, if they are. Thank you, Extreme, for the comment about the nice new logo. Thank you very much. It's better. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to do away with the shield motif, but I was also going to have like 3 silhouettes to sort of like relate to the Legion part of the channel name. But then it got a bit too busy looking, and then I thought I'll just have the actual name of the channel on its own without any like icons and stuff. Extreme, agree. F channel on streams.
Search the area. Stay sharp. This way. Over here. Hey, who's there? What is that? Oh no!
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Let's go take a new challenge. Rod can't swear on this stream. What a fucking challenge that would be. Especially during rage moments.
Sheriff Breaker, this is Agent Nightingale. I've lost contact with most of the men you assigned to me. It's Wake's doing. Wait, are you seriously telling me that
Extreme, now some fog outside from the fireworks and rain, then tonight it will snow. Oh, what a combination of different effects. Extreme. From one thing to another.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
Mr. Gote plays Bloodborne, no swearing activated. I remember Crocodile's playing that game. And there was that moment where there was a big giant ladder that when he climbed up it, there was like a boss fight. And it looked very, very tricky as well.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light.
So Alan Wake is a psychological thriller, and we are on this journey into Alan Wake's mind. And if we think about psycho thrillers, you know, there is always that question on, is this true? Is this really happening? Or is this part of the madness? And if it's madness, is nothing true? But obviously we are on this journey together with Wake, and he becomes to believe in it. And so must we, because otherwise the things that we are fighting for are not really there.
And that's the thing too, with endings of stories where, oh, it was all just a dream, or, oh, it's just all in their imagination. They can be tricky, because for some, it doesn't matter whether the journey to that point was exciting or there was a lot of, near misses and all that kind of stuff. At the end, if that's revealed that it's just all a dream, then some viewers or players will be like, fuck that ending, fuck that game, which is understandable to have that reaction. Then there might be some players who are like, you know what, I might not like the ending being just, everything's a dream, but I like how things happened, I like the storytelling, I like the character arc and all that kind of stuff that they went on as well. To talk about a game that's not in the Remedy connected universe, and just a heads up, there's spoilers I'm going to talk about for a game called Little Hope. It's part of the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive. The ending of that game, it is all a hallucinatory experience. I'll just go as far to say that. And some players, understandably, were upset at that ending, which is fine. And they felt like it made everything pointless before getting to that point. Personally, though, for me, I sort of really like the storytelling from the start to that revelation as well. And there's a lot of interesting character moments and stuff. And then when you know the twist and you replay the game, you've got all these different sort of perspectives that you can have on it. Notice things you might not as well. So getting back to Alan Wake and what Sam Lake was saying about the believability of what the character's going through, and that even if it's a story where there's characters that are experiencing questionable things that make you go, is this actually real? In order to make it work, making the character believable and making what they're going through believable can definitely help with that experience. But at the same time, it's definitely understandable if the end result is not something that people get behind and really enjoy, if it's like a twist where nothing was actually real, or the character was just dreaming everything. Hey there, Schiller. Happy New Year to you too, dude. I hope you have a great year this year. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes. I'm doing well, dude. We're in Chapter 3 of Alan Wake Remastered. It's been a while since I did a playthrough with this remastered commentary active. The last time was back when this remaster came out in 2021. So it's good to revisit this game and revisit the commentary as well. How's things going with you, dude?
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Sheila, you're good. You went to bed early last night and slept through midnight. Today's a chill day, luckily before next week. The usual stuff continues. Glad to hear that you're going good, dude. That's good that you're able to get some really good sleep too, as well. Hopefully the next week, when usual stuff continues, that it's off to a great start as well.
A big theme, obviously, in this thriller is fiction coming true. And a lot of effort from our part writing this was to think about what does that mean and what are the limits. Obviously, if we would have given Alan Wake godlike powers to just change reality on a whim, there would not have been much stakes in this.
That's something that is really, really good to hear, what Sam Lake said about having limits, and if they gave Alan godlike power and he could change reality on a whim, then there wouldn't be many stakes involved. And that's one of the core things about this game's story, is that Alan can't just write a sentence that says all the bad things that were happening just disappeared and everything went back to normal, everyone was okay, nothing wrong ever happened, and everyone lived happily ever after until they were old and died of old age and natural causes, and then the entire world was fine and nothing bad ever happened. He can't write that. And you need to have limits. Even the most fantastical world that you create, there has to be some limitations, because if there's no limitations, then that means that you can instantly solve any problems that could potentially come up, which means your story ends as soon as it begins, because if everything can just be fixed in a single easy way, then it robs the characters or the story of feeling like the struggle meant something in the end, So you still need to have limitations and all that kind of stuff. So I like that Alan doesn't have superpowers in the way that he can just basically do whatever he wants and be able to come out with something that just wraps everything up neatly in a bow, and it's just like, oh yeah, everything's fine now. It's all good. A lot of times too, having restrictions creatively can also make you more creative, because then you have to think, okay, if we can't do it this way, what's an alternative way that we can do it? And through that process, you need to be as open-minded as you possibly can, to the point of you explore all the options you have. It doesn't mean you have to accept just any explanation. It doesn't mean that you have to accept any suggestion that might be offered. But you still need to be able to sort of think, okay, what can we do here that will make it feel fresh and interesting without compromising all the other elements that we've built so far that already work well. You don't want to have this really well-constructed structure, so to speak, and then just basically slap a very weak kind of roof on top, and then expect to be able to put other stuff on top of the roof and have the roof be stable. You still need to make sure that it actually fits the structure, and so that it's more stable and stuff. And so when you're coming up with like story stuff, it's definitely good to make sure that you've got like a strong foundation, and anything that you do add is actually going to be of benefit. And so having a character have some restrictions is good, because the things that they lack, that they need to learn, that's part of the process that goes into making something that people can, sink their teeth into and can get behind as well. Because you want the player of a video game to want to succeed in what is happening in the game. But at the same time, you don't want to sacrifice the integrity of the world that you've built and all that kind of stuff. And so I think it's pretty fair what was written into this game's story to balance things out. So Alan can't just write something that will fix everything. He has to come up with a solution that satisfies the restrictions of the story while making sure that he's able to get an outcome that is beneficial but is not without sacrifice.
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
So changing reality with his writing has to be a struggle. It's hard for him. As writing a good story is hard for us. So there is this metaphor going on in this. And essentially what he can do is he can take existing elements and nudge them and tweak them. And in a similar way, I feel that story needs to feel true for it to be a good story.
That's the thing too about like having a character that has weaknesses, where it's like it's not necessarily an end point where they can't get better, they can't improve, because that's limited thinking. Because it's like, well, if someone failed once, that means that they can never, ever learn from that and then try again and actually succeed, you know. So having a character need to overcome their weaknesses, it doesn't mean that there's nothing about the character that is going to feel valid for the character to be able to do if they have to learn first or learn from their mistakes and all that kind of stuff. And so if you have a character that is weak in the way that they are not able to maybe stand up to someone who is causing them trouble, that doesn't mean that they never can. It just means that the journey of that character is to overcome that inability to stand up for themselves and actually find the courage to actually do it. You know, so it doesn't mean that the character is going to be a bad character overall. It's okay to have a character have to struggle and learn something. And so with Alan, you know, he's got a lot of things to his character that he struggles with, that unfortunately, because of the ability through the typewriter and the magic from the lake, Cauldron Lake, to actually write stuff and it becomes true, it means that any sort of like negative elements of his psyche or his personality can potentially, and we see this with Mr. Scratch, we can see it become an actual entity. So, for example, all the anger and all the resentment that Alan might feel, Mr. Scratch embodies all of that. And it's the idea of having the shadow self be so consumed with power that it's able to be its own entity and causing mischief. And so with Mr. Scratch in Alan Wake, You only see a little glimpse of him in this game. But in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, you see Mr. Scratch as this trickster, this Loki-like character who is just having fun, and he relishes the fact that he's able to do all these things that Alan, either wished he could have done, or perverts that and turns it into something that Alan himself, might not have ever done, but Mr. Scratch is able to do those things as well. And then in Alan Wake 2, Mr. Scratch is like, all gloves are off. I'm sick of being the jovial kind of, trickster. Now it's time to get down to business, and the monstrous version of him and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, those weak elements of Alan unfortunately come back to bite him in the ass, especially with the powers that can turn fiction into reality as well. I mean, writer's block in and of itself is a struggle because the writer is not able to move beyond what they've already written, or maybe they can't even start to write what they want to actually create, and so they're sort of like they've hit, a block and they can't get past it. And in Alan's case, prior to the events of this game, it had been 2 years since he actually wrote something. So he's definitely had a severe case of writer's block.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Getting stuck on the game environment.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me. I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
So in the game, through these in-game television inserts, we learn about Alan Wake's writing process, how he was trapped in the study of Bertlek Capin and how he wrote the manuscript. And we learn that he becomes aware of the Dark Presence's plan and how he starts to hide in keys for his success into the story. I mean, hiding his truth and his escape, his ultimate victory into the story. And there is an interesting metaphor there about writing process in general.
That's one of the great things about this game's writing as well. The very fact that you're playing as a writer and their story is coming to life. In terms of like how writers write stories, the structures that they might use, the themes they might write about, the metaphors they might use. Games that have this kind of story have so many different possibilities that can be done and all that kind of stuff. And with Alan Wake 2 as well, there's a lot of other different kinds of storytelling techniques and writers' things and commentaries as well. Like there's a part where Alan makes note of the fact that the dialogue from one of the characters, I'm talking without spoiling stuff, the dialogue from one of the characters feels like it's a first run at the dialogue, just to have placeholder dialogue. And it's really on the nose and all that kind of stuff. And he essentially says this needs a few more drafts to actually work out. And that's something that, does get used to certain degrees, where a writer might be like, right, I'm going to write this story, and then whatever dialogue is there, if it's really rough, I'll just keep it for this draft, and then when I do another pass at the story, then I'll go through with a fine-tooth comb, and I'll change stuff as needed, and then I can come up with better dialogue and all that kind of stuff. And the structure, too, that this game's story follows is that Alan has to work within the confines of the genre of horror and has to satisfy the Dark Presence to a level where it doesn't see the deception. And as we get closer to the point of the story where it actually takes place, that Alan has written a little bit of a exit to help him, is a stroke of genius, because it means that he's able to hide certain things from the Dark Presence within the structure of the storytelling. And to write something like that, it's just one of the reasons why I just really like what Sam Lake has done with the games that he's worked on, with the writing and just all the other things too as well.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell?
So a note with the schedule in the Twitch chat there. This playthrough won't take me Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to do, but just to keep it simplified, I've put Alan Wake Remastered for those days because when I finish Alan Wake, the next game I'll be doing for the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday slot will be Alan Wake 2, and then I'll be doing a playthrough of Control after that as well. Assassin's Creed Syndicate for now is just Monday to Wednesday because Alan Wake is a game that I like to have as the first streamed game on my channel for a new year beginning. And so because it fell on a Thursday, the 1st of January, and I had Monday to Thursdays locked in leading up to the 1st of January for Assassin's Creed Syndicate, it meant that to make sure I could fit this Alan Wake stream onto the 1st of January, I had to take a day off of the Assassin's Creed Syndicate stream. And so next week, when it gets back to Monday, it may go back to being Monday through to Thursday for Assassin's Creed Syndicate. But in any case, that's the schedule for now. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is Alan Wake. And if I do add Thursday back for Assassin's Creed Syndicate, starting next week, then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday would then become Alan Wake 2 and then Control.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
I definitely won't be finishing this game in my Thursday stream of it, so depending on how long episodes 4, 5, and 6 take me to do, I may actually start Alan Wake 2 after finishing Alan Wake 1 for my Friday stream, but we'll see. But in any case, if not, then Saturday would be Alan Wake 2.
Did you call 911?
Alan Wake hiding keys for his escape and his success into the manuscript story is a metaphor, or the writer who is writing story for entertainment with many needs coming in. We are hiding art into our stories, and this is kind of a nugget of wisdom from my drama teacher.
Makes me think too about how when you're looking at stories in games or whatever medium it is, whether it's video games or movies or novels, essentially you're trying to make things go along a route to reach a certain destination in ways that if you were trying for realism wouldn't necessarily work. And so you're trying to keep that level of believability going despite the directions in which the story goes. And so the disbelief that you have to actually suspend, it can be tricky sometimes, because there can be points where suspension of disbelief can't be done any further for some people. And it's just like, no, this story is too silly, or it's too crazy, or it's too confusing, or it's too dumb, or whatever, the case may be. We're getting to that point. But it's about looking at all the possible things that could happen in real life, but trying to find ways to make sure that only very specific things happen. Otherwise, you'll just lose track of your own story, and then things will just go all over the place and be very difficult to wrangle. And looking at video games too, like, for example, in the Assassin's Creed series, because the Assassins wear a very, very distinctive outfit, when we look at what they're wearing and we see that they can sit on a park bench and magically the guards don't know where the assassin is. They don't notice them as the assassin anymore. It's like, oh, where's the assassin gone? Real life logic would be like, okay, if someone is going around wearing a specific outfit, then not everyone will notice, but there will be some people that will actually be like, hey. But in a video game like the Assassin's Creed series, the point isn't to make it realistic. The point is to make it video game logic sound, where it's like you need to give the player the ability to blend in, to make sure that their character doesn't get discovered, to help them in the mission that they're trying to accomplish in the game itself as well. And so that's a series that can often struggle with that, because it's like, oh, well, that's not very realistic. It's like, well, that's the point. It's not supposed to be very realistic. If video games were 100% realistic in every single element, the very nature of games that allow you to die, well, the game would end there. Like, imagine you're playing Alan Wake and you die, and the game is like, thanks for playing the game. You now can never actually load up this game anymore. That's it. You're done. Alan died. Just like in real life. When you're dead, you're dead. You die. That'd be very realistic, but it wouldn't be fun, because you'd be like, what? I can't play this game again because the character died? Or if you have a character who breaks their leg in a game. If someone does something that would break their leg in real life, but in the video game they don't, and they just have to take a drink of medicine and then they're fine, that's not 100% realistic. But it's a video game. So you wouldn't want to have to wait the same amount of time in real life that it would take for a broken leg to mend. Imagine a game is like, well, your character broke their leg, and you won't actually be able to make them do anything that they otherwise would be able to do with their leg until their leg has actually healed, and you have to wait the same amount of time in real life. Like, that wouldn't be very fun, kind of thing. And so there's various video game logic stuff that has to override the realism factor at some point. And in the case of Assassin's Creed, yeah, it's not highly realistic that the assassin would go unnoticed simply by just standing amongst a crowd. But for video game purposes, you need to give the player at least some kind of way to initiate a stealth approach. And that's one of the things that allows that to happen. And so for Alan, we see him fall off of so much stuff. And sure, there might be some occasions where in real life someone would be fine, but potentially anyone can injure themselves in any sort of action that some might consider to be, very basic as well. And sometimes it just comes down to luck, unfortunately. And so with Alan falling over so many times, like, he never sprains his ankle or anything like that. But that's fine, because him not spraining his ankle is the video game logic at work saying, this is a video game, the character's ankle's not going to get sprained. so the character can just continue going on and doing what they're doing.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw. Even during daytime, I was being stalked. The bridge must have collapsed only moments after I'd crossed it.
That right there is a great example of making a character who is in a game environment in a story that they're writing, because Alan wasn't actually mouthing those words. I didn't show I didn't show his face to show that he wasn't, but because Alan's actually narrating, it's telling the player in a narrative way with narration from Alan, who's writing the story, that is more than just the character going, the bridge is out, and that's it, you know. So Alan actually saying that, you know, it must have collapsed after he left is acknowledging that it's an event that's happened, but not every player will go back the way that, you know, go the opposite way to what the character's facing at the start. And so this is one of those things that you can actually miss. But I appreciate that about the game, how even if you go the wrong way, there's some narrative explanation through narration that Alan gives. Actually, I just remembered in the first Metroid game, a lot of the games on the NES, the way it went was your character started on the left side of the screen and they moved to the right side of the screen. So when the first Metroid game came out and Samus goes down the elevator, because a lot of players were used to going to the right of the screen, they didn't go to the left because they thought that there wasn't anything to the left. So they went to the right. And they eventually got to a point in going to the right where they couldn't progress any further because the item that they needed to be able to actually go through that part was back at the start and to the left. So the fact that players thought they had to go to the right, but they actually had to go to the left, was at the time going against the intuition of logic, where it's like, okay, so Mario goes from left to the right of the screen, so Samus has to go from left to the right of the screen. And the reason why I thought of that is because when Alan starts this part, while he's not actually facing the opposite direction to that way at the start, when he actually is in this part, he's facing the Bright Falls sign. And so the player might be like, okay, go to the car and go this way.
So I've been asked a few times, like, how much is Alan Wake, Sam Lake as a writer? And my answer is not really at all. But there is a certain kind of a truth to the idea that there are, of course, we always draw from our own experience. And I think that surprisingly, a few of the Remedy games in some way are metaphors and commentaries on video game development.
It's so funny when that happens in playthroughs like this, because I don't remember all the points where the video commentary comes into play. So with Alan facing this way, when the when this part starts, a lot of players might just instinctually think, okay, we need to go this way, here's the car, let's get in there and drive that way. Not thinking to go this way. Now, obviously, there's nothing this way, there's no collectible. It's not like an alternate route or anything like that. But if you're a player of games that likes to explore, then your instinct might naturally be to not go the way that the game is directing you and actually go the opposite way to see what there is. But some players might not think that way because they're more thinking about, okay, I need to get into the vehicle, I need to drive, or whatever the case may be. But if you're someone that also likes to try and get dialogue and all that kind of stuff, exploring this way triggers that dialogue as well. So it kind of goes against the intuitive instinct of just go in the direction that is the most logical way to go, not go in the opposite direction. So that's what made me think about Metroid and how you had to go left at the start to get the ability to roll into a ball. I can't remember. Morph. What was the thing? It's been a long time since I played a Metroid game. But you need that ability first before you can actually progress further on the right side of the screen. And it's interesting too what Sam Lake said there about the amount of himself written into Alan as the protagonist as well. And I think it was earlier in this stream I was talking about how you can have the author of something in some ways puts themselves in the shoes of the character. There might be things that they remembered hearing someone say, and so they'll put that into the character's backstory, or they'll have the character mention it in dialogue and stuff. So there's a small element of the writer and the author in the thing. But then there's also characters that can be written to be vessels for the audience or the player to connect with. So you might have a character like Neo in The Matrix who doesn't know anything about what's going on, so people new to that story are also not knowing what's going on, and so they are essentially being put into the shoes of Neo. So that's also a tactic that can be used as well. But it's interesting too when you think about authors putting their own identity or memories that they have into characters. You can also have that be like physical traits as well, where it's like, oh, I've got this scar on this leg, so I'll have the main character have the same scar. Vegas, you just finished watching Terminator Dark Fate for the second time. You saw it when it came out years back and just rewatched it. You got to say, yes, there are some really ridiculous things in it that you would have changed, but for the most part, it was a kick-ass movie. You honestly thought it was really good. Like you said, there were some things that definitely needed to be changed, but dude, it was a rock and sock, all-out Terminator fiasco that was very satisfying. You give it a 7.5 out of 10. That's definitely fair, Vegas. Like, even in movies that might have a lot of really, really bad things about it, you can still get nuggets. Like, for example, Highlander 2 is one of the worst sequels ever made. However, there's certain bits in the music that are really well done. There's certain kind of like performances that they might be cheesy, like Michael Ironside's performance as Katana, the villain, but they can be things that you can still enjoy about something that otherwise is terrible. And so that's how I feel about that movie. A video game I can think of is Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero. It's a terrible game in the sense that it is very, very difficult. It's very, very frustrating and very, very annoying. Very, very cheesy as well. But there's stuff about it that it's got a certain charm, and there's also a certain funny aspect about it that when I do play that game, I still like the playing of it. It's just that I have to have the 1,000 lives cheat in that game. But yeah, that's totally fair to feel that way about Terminator Dark Fate. For me, it's one of those things where the things that it does wrong are just so heavy of a thing that I just can't, like the movie in any way. But that's cool that you found some things in it that you enjoyed with Terminator Dark Fate. I just felt, to me, it was a big waste of getting Linda Hamilton back. Not because she was bad in the role, but because the way that they treated her character was to treat her experiences as if they meant nothing, simply because the new character was from a different timeline where things happened differently. And I thought that was a bit of a slap in the face to Sarah Connor's character. And so that's one of the big things. Obviously, John Connor getting killed right at the start, that's definitely another big slap in the face. It's kind of like, and what's ironic about this is James Cameron was actually involved in Terminator Dark Fate, but there's something ironically similar with Alien 3, where the characters of Newt and Hicks get killed off after James Cameron's Aliens, and he hates the fact that they got killed off. Yet he was involved in killing off Sarah Connor and John Connor in Terminator Dark Fate, or at least was, on board with that. But anyway, that's some of the things about that movie that I didn't, like and appreciate as well. Hey there, Ogorki. Welcome on in. Happy New Year to you too. I hope things are going well. Thank you very, very much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I did, yeah, change the logo. So it's not the shield with the RL anymore. Decided to go with something a bit more basic and simpler, because I do feel like it's easy to overcomplicate stuff, and not everything needs to be, complex. So I thought, no, I'll just go with that. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Vegas, you hated Terminator Genesis. Them taking John Connor out was so lame. You hated that. You also could not take the character seriously. That was supposed to be the new John Connor. Yeah, and that's understandable too. The irony is that I actually think that's a better movie than Dark Fate. But having said that, though, it is still a movie that I would not put in any way, shape, or form on the same level as the first 2 movies, because, those are basically gold in my eyes. Vegas, there's no way you could take her seriously that she could lead the resistance to kill the Terminators. The tall blonde with short hair was pretty badass. Yeah, I thought their performance was really good as their character as well. I just wish that their character wasn't written to treat Sarah Connor's, trauma and experiences as like they didn't matter. At least have some kind of, empathy and be like, things may have happened differently in my timeline, but, I'm sorry you went through what you went through, or something like that. Vegas agreed, completely agreed. Yeah, exactly, Because getting Linda Hamilton back, she did return for Terminator Salvation, but only as an audio cameo. The scene where John Connor is listening back to some of the tapes that Sarah recorded for him before he was born, for example. She came back to record new dialogue for it, because obviously they could have just reused what she said at the end of Terminator, but to be able to create new context, they needed to have, new dialogue. So Linda Hamilton returned for that. But it wasn't until Dark Fate that she actually fully returned as the character in a very prominent way. And so I felt like that was a slap in the face to her as well. Like, not just the character, but Linda Hamilton as an actor, to be brought back as Sarah and to come back for that. And then that's just how things are done. It's like, yeah, no. Vegas, the Terminator in Dark Fate was an absolute unit, a true machine of death, bro. Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. Like that was an aspect that I thought was good too, as well. But yeah, overall though, Terminator 1 and 2 are just goated.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Vegas, nothing will ever top T1 or T2 as far as Terminator movies go. Exactly, I remember as a kid having conversations with friends about, wonder what the next Terminator movie will be. And then, of course, when we actually did get a Terminator 3, by which point I was definitely much, much older than when Terminator 2 came out. What we got with that movie was a bit of a mixed bag for me. I don't think it's terrible, and I really feel like Kristanna Loken, who played the TX, she did a great job as that new Terminator for that movie as well. I felt, though, it was sort of like a bit too cheesy and over the top. Having said that, though, obviously Terminator 2 has that whole scene with the sunglasses bit and, all that kind of stuff. But I feel like Terminator 3 with the whole talk to the hand and the Elton John glasses and all that, I think it went a bit too absurd, and that's coming from someone who really likes absurdist humor and stuff. Like, I'm a big fan of Monty Python, and they're some of the kings of that kind of humor.
So the stories in our games as a metaphor of making video games. I mean, obviously, in these past 25 years, a considerable amount of my life has gone into making video games and thinking about video games and struggling with the process of making video games. So it's not a surprise that these elements sneak in. Alan Wake in particular is a lot about the process of writing a story and struggling with writing a story. I mean, obviously we see glimpses of him struggling with it and thinking about it. So it was... It's one of the reasons why this game is so close to my heart. Because as a writer and thinking about these things and then being able to use them as elements in the story felt exciting and felt interesting to me as a writer.
The other thing too, like with the bridge or the gap between movies and video games, and how you have a lot of like movie language in terms of like, you know, writing and also structure and visuals and camera angles, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And you get early versions where there was like an experimentation going on. You get the Ninja Gaiden games on the NES, for example, where you had like the sort of like widescreen sort of like black bars on top and bottom in the cutscenes, you know. And while it wasn't like full motion video yet or anything like that, you could definitely tell the influence that movies was having on that. And then of course you get Hideo Kojima with a lot of the early Metal Gear games and Metal Gear Solid and that, and having like a lot of movie kind of like cinematography and all that kind of stuff. And then of course you get games like Uncharted, where it feels like you're literally playing an action adventure movie in video game form. And with Alan Wake, it's almost like you're playing a combination of a novel and watching a series, and at many levels watching a movie that is all combined into a video game form as well. And then you get games that use the techniques of having like real actors used, even going so back as the early Mortal Kombat games. Obviously they weren't the only ones that did that. There's like Pit Fighter as well. But it was taking real actors and filming them doing all the different actions and animations. And you've even got like Prince of Persia, Jordan Mechner, doing the same thing as well, even earlier than Mortal Kombat, where the character didn't look like an actual actor that was digitized, but it was based on a real person's movements. So it was actually his brother. He filmed his brother doing all the different moves, and Mortal Kombat had the actual actors do all the fighting moves, but they were digitized into the game. And so you have that aspect as well, and then you get those games where it was sort of like an interactive movie. Then you get like games like Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, where they have actual filmed live action actors superimposed over the game footage. Even earlier than that, of course, you have this game from the original Alan Wake from 2010, where you have the moments where you see Alan in live action and all that kind of stuff. And as a fan of movies and video games, I've always enjoyed seeing that evolution of the two mediums combining into each other and influencing each other as well, which is why I also like games like Detroit Become Human and Until Dawn, The Quarry, the Dark Pictures series horror games, and all those kinds of things as well, because they're essentially taking movie-isms and putting them into video game form. So on many levels you're playing an interactive movie, and then you get those games where it's actually all live action filmed, and it's basically like, do you want the character to go left or right? Okay, pick left. Okay, then the next scene happens where they film the actor going left, you know. Or do you want the character to punch the other character? If not, then the scene plays out filmed that the actor didn't that the actor didn't punch the character. But if you chose to punch the character, then you see the filmed result where the character does punch, you know. So you've got those types of games as well, of which I've only really played one. but I can't remember the name of it now. But wouldn't mind playing some of the other ones in the future. Carly, you've heard of skill trees, but have you heard of the skill forest? I definitely have, especially in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's definitely a skill forest more than a skill tree. Until Dawn was such a cult classic. It's such a great game. I haven't played the remake yet, but I really like the original a lot. And I've done some playthroughs to celebrate its 10th anniversary as well, with another phase to come this year, actually, before it reaches its 11th anniversary. Kali, Valhalla is barely a bush compared to Path of Exile 2. I've never actually played Path of Exile 1 or 2, so... But that's interesting. Can definitely get really cluttered in Valhalla, so I don't know what it's like in Path of Exile then. or the sequel.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now. I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Wake!
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by you.
You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? I'm gonna kill him. I had to get to Mirror Peak. It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Nice timing there, Shaky, for the raid. Thank you very, very much for the raid, dude. Appreciate it. How was your stream? How was Far Cry 6? I hope you had a good stream. Welcome on in, everyone. Happy New Year as well. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing my first streamed game of the new year, which traditionally I've made Alan Wake 1. So doing the remastered version to play with the remastered video commentary on as well. Welcome on in, everyone. Shaky, you'll add mine to yours. Was great, but ended on a glitchy AI note. Oh, really? Was it funny glitchy AI? Glad that it was great otherwise, before that point, with the glitchiness as well. For those who came in with the raid that might be new to the channel, I do streams every day of different games, and currently the schedule for Alan Wake Remastered is Thursday and Friday, but I'll definitely be finishing it on Friday. The games that will replace Alan Wake will be Alan Wake 2 and then Control. But otherwise, at the moment, the other game I've got going is Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Shaky, how was the first stream of the year for you? Funny at first, but it impeded completing the mission. Oh, did it really? Oh no. those glitches are extra annoying because they might be funny in the first instance, but then they go beyond being funny and start to be annoying as well. It's been going well, Shaky, to do the first streamed game of the new year on the channel to be this. Also, this is my 10th year being a streamer on Twitch, so this was one of the first games I actually streamed on the channel back then. The other one was Dead Rising, the first Dead Rising game. Oh, thanks about the logo, Shaky. Yeah, I wanted to have something that was simple. I started off the redesign pretty complex, but as I stripped away layers, I was like, you know what? Going to the bare basics is definitely how I felt I should go with it, so there we go. Like, I was going to have the shield that I had before, but I was going to add like 3 silhouettes to represent, you know, the Legion part of the channel, but when I had all those elements together, it just looked too messy, and so that's when I was like, I'll do a few variations, and then that was the final one that I decided on, so there we go.
Now in this commentary I talk a lot about my own perspective and how I see these things, but it's always important to mention that making video games is very much a team effort. There are a lot of brilliant, talented people working at Remedy and we're working on Alan Wake, and there are a lot of inputs. You know, as a writer, you have a story in mind and you refined it to a certain point. But then you have a lot of people bringing interesting, cool, surprising ideas to the table. And then it's a challenge to kind of pick and choose, take those in, and let them change it for the better.
And that's the thing too that is really cool is all these elements in a video game, from the writing to the animations to the environmental effects to the signs that are made up and all that kind of stuff, the programmers to make things work, all of that is required, you know, and needed. Obviously team sizes can vary depending on what the game is, who's doing it, what the budget is, and all that kind of stuff. And there's definitely people who have made games on their own, you know, but when there is a lot of people working on something, like, that'd be the thing, having all those moving parts and making sure that they actually, you know, work together really well. And that's one of the things that's great about this game that I really liked, is that it can be janky sometimes. The controls and Alan jumping as well can be pretty janky sometimes, but it's not enough for me to use that as a reason to not like the game. There's certain games where, you know, you get to a point where you think, no, don't like this game now, because there might be a mechanic that gets introduced in the game later that wasn't there initially, and it might be one of those things where you just don't like it and stuff. But with this game, I've really enjoyed over the years replaying it and re-experiencing it. It's like a movie that you like to rewatch, or a series you like to rewatch, or a book or a comic book, whatever it might be, where you may have consumed that story so many times, but you still feel the same way about it that you have done. You still react the same way to the things, even though you know what's coming ahead. If things are effective enough, then it doesn't matter how many times you've experienced it, you'll still enjoy it and still have that reaction as well. And if you like games that have like a narrative and character development and all that kind of stuff, and dialogue too, like I'm someone who's really big on dialogue. Anyone who's watched the channel for enough times, especially seeing some of the playthroughs I've done, like with Assassin's Creed Syndicate at the moment, where I'm actually doing a playthrough that is heavily dialogue, cataloging focused, you know. And I've done playthroughs of this game too, where I've tried to trigger as much dialogue as possible and wait around for all the dialogue to trigger that characters might have and all that kind of stuff. And all the work that went into this game just culminated in a game that I just absolutely really, really enjoy a lot. And so I definitely don't mind replaying it multiple times, even playthroughs that are close together as well. Having said that though, I also don't want to get burnt out on games, even if they're ones that I enjoy and play a lot. That's why coming up with different kinds of approaches is good for me, because then it means that I can at least replay a game with a different play style in mind, or a challenge applied, or a different focus where it's like just doing main story and not doing any side content. Maybe I might want to get all collectibles. Maybe I just want to play through the story and get it, you know, done in a relatively short time. Maybe I don't really feel like doing a deep dive for a game, and sometimes I might just want to play a DLC, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Shaky, I love how you always mix it up. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah. And you get a lot of other games too, like Detroit Become Human, where there's just so many different ways to play it. And this can be done with any game too. You can add your own kind of like framing of stuff. For example, you could completely play through a game role-playing yourself as some kind of unseen narrator who is making the characters do certain things in certain moments on purpose to fulfill some kind of role-playing idea. Like a playthrough I did of the original Until Dawn one time was to kill off all the characters, but before they died, it wasn't just a case of put them in the situation where they'll die and then that's it. It was also, how can I make them suffer? How can I make them look ridiculous? So there's a chase scene where Mike is chasing after Jessica to potentially save her. But on purpose, I chose all the slow and long route to go, and I didn't press any of the buttons for the QTE. So Mike was slipping over, he was hitting his head on stuff. So in that playthrough, I was framing it as a puppet master who was making the characters suffer and then ultimately die as well. So you can even do that kind of thing with certain games. Or you can do a playthrough where you're like, right, I only want the character to use the weapons that we see them use in cutscenes, for example. You know, so you can really come up with your own ways of playing games that aren't just a challenge run or a restriction, but are also a different approach as well. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Remedy Games quote. Anything from Jesse? Cool. Okay, Dr. Darling, so I've got a quote from Jesse from Control. It's like we live in a room and there's a poster on the wall. We stare at it and we think that's the whole world, the room and the poster. The picture's something nice, a landscape, a famous person. Like in that movie, what is it called? The prison movie. The room's a cell and the picture is different for each of us. It can be beautiful or terrible, but we're all transfixed. But it's all a lie, something to distract us from the truth. They're lying to us. We're lying to ourselves. The room's not the world. The world is much bigger and much stranger. There's a hole hidden behind that poster that leads to the real world. We all feel safe in that room, but sometimes something crawls out from behind the poster, and the ones that see it happen freak out and try to forget what they saw. Thanks for redeeming that. I like the quote at the end of the main story that where she actually remembers what movie she was referring to. And I think from memory it was Shawshank Redemption. Hey there, Pierwin. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes. I really hope you have a great year this year. Hope things are going well. Dr. Darling, an evil person would have requested a quote from S-Edge. I'm looking forward to playing Control. I've got a challenge playthrough in mind for the upcoming one I'll be doing, but I'll reveal what that is when we actually get to that game though. But yeah, it'll be the first time doing a challenge run with that game for me.
What the hell? The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
punch a punch once.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
For Alan Wake's story, a lot of the backstory we discover along the way comes from 60s, 70s, and even 80s. Now, I was born in 1970, and so kind of when I think about elements of Finnish countryside and cabin life during summers, it has this golden sheen on it that you often have, you know, when you are growing up. And when I think about the backstory of the 70s with the birdleg cabin, these are the kind of feelings and images that I think about.
It's so funny. That makes me think, what Sam Lake was saying, that makes me think about how perceptions can change. Like, I was born in 1983, and as I was growing up, a lot of the media that I watched was from, like, the US and from England as well. And then there were movies that I saw that some I remember the experience of seeing them for the first time, like when I was really young, probably like 5 years old or something. I do vaguely remember watching The Dark Crystal, for example. Then there was like a lot of animated stuff that I watched around that age too, as well. Various animated shows that I had that my parents recorded off of television onto video, and all that kind of stuff. But when I think about things like the Spider-Man cartoons I was watching growing up, when I was really young, I had no conception of different decades of entertainment. So I was watching the 60s animated Spider-Man while also watching the 80s animated one, and my child's mind would not have been able to tell the difference. I wouldn't have been able to look at the 60s Spider-Man animated series and gone, oh yeah, this is the 60s version, and then watching the 80s version and be like, oh, this is the 80s version, So when really young, watching animated stuff and also video games that I played growing up, when you get older and some of those things become forgotten, movies that you might have not seen since you were a kid, when you see them again, or games that you only played when you were really young, and then you play them again when you're older, you obviously have a different perspective on them, and you're more able to notice stuff that would have gone over your head earlier as well. And inspiration can come from so much stuff, and memories of things can come from so many different sources as well. Like, you might have a vague memory of something you saw as a child, but you can't remember what the name of the show was. I've had that happen with things too, where I didn't actually remember what the actual name of something was until when I was much older, like in my 20s, when I had a thought to go on YouTube and look up, to see if I could find out what I was remembering from when I was a child. And that ended up being The Secret World of Og, which is one of the things I had seen as a child but had forgotten the name of as I grew up. And it was very surreal. In a way, it was a form of time travel for the mind, where you sort of start to notice a lot more things as well. And so the different decades and eras that things were made in, even if you're not born in the same decade, you can still find things that you enjoy in stuff that is before your time, and even things that are after your time as well. That's just something that hearing Sam Lake talk about, the different decades of stuff that went into his sort of like thinking for the backstory of not only just Alan, but also the Bright Falls as a place, Cauldron Lake in the 70s with the earthquake and all that kind of stuff. And it just got me thinking about, things from different decades that I watched or played, that as things changed and I was able to actually notice stuff, it added a different layer to certain things as well. And you just notice stuff that you didn't before. And there's a certain maturity that happens in what you observe, where you can more easily analyze it. Whereas when you're a child, you might not analyze things in a way that you do when you're an adult, where you can look at the different components that make up something, and you know how things work, and so you can deconstruct it and all that kind of stuff. Whereas when you were younger, you might not be able to. Not to say that no one has the capability, because you get some genius level intelligences at a young age who are able to work out so much stuff and all that kind of thing, like complex equations and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, went off on a complete tangent, but the whole thing about the different decades that Sam Lake spoke about just made me think about the other things that I experienced with movies and games and stuff growing up. And also, as an aside, seeing the evolution of video games from Super Mario Brothers and Legend of Zelda to what we have now, even though, like with anything, just because there is a lot of things that are better graphically, doesn't mean that every single game is going to reach those heights as well. So you can still get games nowadays that, even if the technology is available to make things happen in a certain way, it may not be accomplished, It's like if you gave someone a hammer to do work with, even though they're using the same tool to do the same job, one person might be able to do a better job than someone else, because the other person might know better how to wield the hammer and achieve what needs to be done.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Vegas, this game is so tripped out. That's definitely a very, very astute way to put it. There's definitely for sure. Yeah. It's a great game that is a good example of using different layers of stuff to create this feeling where it's like, this is really surreal, and it's sort of like, in many ways, unsettling as well. And the visuals, like, that's one of the great things that Remedy is good at too, is creating these insane visuals with various different effects, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Damn. One hit kill there. And actually, that's the first death of the playthrough so far. I was wondering when it was going to happen.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
See, Alan wake, Alan sleep, he's awake. You're gonna fall asleep. Yeah. It's like going from one state to another. Vegas, if you had to take a guess, how many video games would you say you have played and beaten in your life so far? That's actually a good question. It's definitely over 100. Couldn't name them all though, because there's NES games, Super Nintendo games, Nintendo 64 games, PlayStation 1 games, PlayStation 2 games, Xbox original games, Xbox 360 games, Xbox Series S games, and PS4 and 5 games and stuff. But yeah, definitely over 100 for sure. Definitely. I've been playing video games since I was 5. So definitely a lot. Definitely a lot.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
I guess you're going to say 100 to 200, something in that realm. Yeah. And that's the thing too, like individual games as well, and all that kind of stuff. But one of the first memories I have of actually completing a video game was Gunsmoke on the NES, when I was about probably 6 or 7 years old, I think, at the time. Which it's funny the story about that game, because that was a Capcom game, and then Capcom were doing a sequel to it, but then Rockstar got the rights to that sequel, and they changed the name to Red Dead Revolver, and thus the Red Dead series was created. So yeah, the Gunsmoke that I played was the NES version of the arcade by Capcom. So yeah, Red Dead, in an alternate universe, Red Dead Redemption is actually a Capcom series. Vegas, you remember that game? Yeah, it was one of those games too where you had enemies coming at you from all different sides, and initially it was just you, and so one hit and you were dead. And then you had the ability to get a horse, and I think the horse could take 2 shots before it died, and then you would be without quote unquote armor and all that kind of stuff, and you had like all these different projectiles and stuff. The most memorable level from when I first played it as a kid was the ninja level. Which might seem funny in a game that's a Wild West game to have ninjas. Plus the music was pretty haunting in that too, as well.
Birds.
Vegas, remember the game Kung Fu and Karate Champ? Definitely remember the Kung Fu one. Kid Icarus as well. That was another one that played as a kid. But I never finished it as a kid though. Same with TMNT on NES. Never finished that when I was a kid. Vegas, you loved Kid Icarus. Yeah, it was one of those games too where it really got very sort of like surreal later on, having like actual astronauts and all that kind of stuff. Alan, why'd you write that for? That's not how things went.
Birds.
Vegas, you like the Rolling Thunder games? Oh yeah. I don't think I played the first one, but I remember playing the second one though. Gunstar Heroes, that was a good game too. Rocket Knight, I remember that one. This isn't the way you have to go, but if you do go, you get some extra dialogue and different things.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain. Alice?
Alice?
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
Always get this sense that this portion of the lake that Alan is actually near is almost the actual location within the lake that Alice is actually held captive by the Dark Presence. Not saying it is, but that's the sense that I get. I don't know if that's what it was intended to be. This isn't the first time that Alan's been actually near the water of the lake. But it's one of those things where, as I said, you don't have to go this way. This is only something that, if you explore, you'll get to happen. There's no collectibles, so... Oh, yes, there is. Sorry, there's a manuscript page. There we go. So there is a collectible there. But not everyone wants to get collectibles in the game. So it could be something that some people completely miss, because they just go directly to the objective. Which there's nothing wrong with that, of course. I do appreciate in games where they do add extra paths, even if it doesn't lead to an alternate way to get to a point, like a shortcut or something. But if there's something that I find interesting story-wise or character-wise, or there's just some kind of like little Easter egg or something like that, it makes those detours, makes them worth it. Vegas Strider was also great. Never actually played that one, to be honest. Knew of it, but hadn't played it. Actually, I still haven't played it even to this day on emulation. Vegas, love the Shinobi games. Do you remember the TurboGrafx 16? No. Yeah, that was a system I didn't have any experience with before. But yeah, the Shinobi games were really cool too. That reminds me, I'd like to play that new one that came out. Hey there, I'm the Bear Suit. Happy New Year to you too, dude. I really hope that you have a great year this year. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes. Good day to you as well, dude. How's things going for you?
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Bearsuit, all good here, thanks. You start your 4-day weekend today, and work let you out on a half day yesterday, so that was a nice bonus. Hell yeah, dude, that's really cool. That's a good thing that they did that. That's really cool. 4-day weekend, here we are. That's excellent, dude. I really hope that the time goes slowly for you as well. How's your playthrough of Resident Evil 1 remake going? How's Chris's campaign treating you? No, hadn't played Hogan's Alley, Vegas. I think I remember seeing like screenshots of it when I was a kid, but I never actually played it. Vegas, do you have a favorite system and console? Ooh, that's pretty tough. Because the three, I would probably say, would be actually four. There's four. It would be the Super Nintendo, it would be the Nintendo 64, the PlayStation 1, and the Xbox 360. I'm in a best suit. It went well. You finished the mountain hiking difficulty with Chris yesterday afternoon and unlocked Real Survivor difficulty. So now you'll try Jill on Real Survivor. You thought it was cool. They changed the main menu layout now that Real Survivor is unlocked. So it's a creepy green look now. GG's, dude, on that progress. That's really cool. That's something I haven't done myself with that game. But that's really cool. I didn't realize they changed the menu and all that. It's really cool when games do that. It's a nice touch. Good choices for those consoles. You can have a lifetime of gaming fun of those systems. Exactly, dude. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of games on other systems I've played that I also, like the systems themselves were really cool. Like the Genesis. Here in Australia, it's called the Mega Drive, but Sega Genesis, for example, that was definitely a really good console. PlayStation 2, I never played. I never played any of the GameCube games until Metroid Prime 1 and 2. But that was only because I bought a Nintendo Wii, and that could also play GameCube games. Bearsuit, I guess when you rate them, it's not fair to consider backwards compatibility. That's true, yeah. And that's something that's really great too. It's interesting because I think Nintendo was one of the first console companies in the early days to do some form of backwards compatibility. Like you look at the Super Game Boy, for example, it was an attachment that you could have for your Super Nintendo where you could put your Game Boy games into it, and it would give you like a different kind of like, border around the game and all that kind of stuff. Dr. Darling, there's the weird Twitch bug again. The pinned message on the app had Vegas Glaives emotes instead of rods. Oh, did it? That is a weird glitch. It's funny how it does that.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
That's right, Bearsuit. Yeah, yeah. Wanted to have a new logo for the Twitch channel. I was gonna keep the shield motif I had before, and I was gonna add like a silhouette of three figures to be the related to the Legion part of the channel name. But when I added that on top of the shield, I was like, that's a bit too busy. And I did a few different variations before settling on the one that we have here now. So yeah, that's nice, good and clear and easy to make out. Oh, thank you. That's cool. Yeah, because just having the name um, with Rod only having 3 letters and Legion having 6 letters, I was going to do like a thing where the word Legion would conform to the shape of the circle that you have to work with when you upload like your profile picture to your Twitch. So I wanted to make sure that the words were as clear as possible as well. So that's good that that came out like that. Hey there, Dumbledore. I hope things are going well. Yeah, it was funny. It was like, I'll add this and I'll add that. And it's like, nah, that's a bit too much. It's like too extravagant, too much. And also the 3 silhouettes, it was almost like the Rorschach ink blot sort of thing. It's like, is that 3 figures or is it like 3 mountains or is it like a bat or what is it? You know, so I was like, no, I'll get rid of that.
Shit.
It's not the actual it's not the actual date yet to match the date of my first stream in 2016, but this whole year is my 10th year as a Twitch streamer. So I've got to come up with some kind of anniversary for the channel thing to do. Bear suit 10 years, wow, that's amazing. And on the internet 10 years is forever. That is true. It's crazy to think, you know. And back then I didn't stream as many days as I ended up doing and stuff. But it's interesting when I think about some of the different things I tried. Like, there was a time where I would have an early game and a late game. I can't remember what days I had it set for, but I would do the first stream of one game, and then I'd do another stream of another. I mean, since then I've done that in one kind of form or another sometimes, but not really like a dedicated scheduled thing. And then I eventually got to a point where I was like, oh, I could do different games on different days. And I think early on I would have like literally one game for each day, but then it was like I would find myself wanting to play that game again that I played the day before, but because I had another game to stream on the different day, I felt I needed to stream that instead. Then I was like, because I remember with Assassin's Creed, when I was doing a dedicated day every week for Assassin's Creed, whether it was an annual playthrough or a challenge or just randomly, whichever one I wanted, I was doing it one day a week. And I was like, I really want to do it 2 days a week, you know. And so that's when I started to have multiple days for the, you know, one game and this other game and all that kind of stuff too. So it's interesting the kind of things that you try along the way. Hey there, Dex. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for redeeming the random horror movie quote. Happy New Year to you, Dex. I really hope that you have a great 2026. Why have you disturbed our sleep? Awakened us from our ancient slumber. You will die, like the others before you. One by one we will take you. That is from the original The Evil Dead. It's when the character of Cheryl reveals that she's been possessed. Thank you very much, Dex, for redeeming that as a random horror movie quote. Hey, Lucinda, thank you very, very much for the 80 streams streak. That is amazing. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate that a lot. Good morning to you as well. I hope your 2026 is off to a great start. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you very, very much. And that's true, yeah. Got a new Twitch icon. So I wanted to have something that was simple but effective, and settled on just having the text for the channel name. So yeah, thought I'd do that for a new stream year. How's things going, Lucinda? Bearsuit, it's nice the way you do it now. A bit of variety, but you can still work your ways through the games in good order. Exactly, dude, yeah. You know, and if there's any sort of like gap I need to fill in the schedule, maybe I might finish a game earlier on the scheduled day than I was anticipating, so I can, you know, either start the next game I had lined up for that day, or just basically do a shorter game maybe. You know, games like Outlast are really good for that, because I know I can get it done, you know, within a reasonable time. But that's good that you enjoy the way that I do it now. Yeah, Dex, it has been. It has been really good. In fact, it's now the 2nd of 2020 of January. Here now, it's about 12:30, past midnight. Bearsuit, that quote reminded you of Aladdin when he has to go to the Cave of Wonders too. Some of the dialogue is the same. Oh, yeah, that's actually a really good movie, that one. I remember when that first came out. There was actually another animated Aladdin movie I saw when I was much younger as well, but I can't remember which one it might have been. That's actually something I should try to find and look up now that I think about it. Dex, damn, nice. Yeah, that is one of my favorite kind of like moments in the Evil Dead series, when a character shows that they've become possessed. Dex, new year, new Rod Legion stream icon. Already the 2nd? Damn, 2026 is flying by. I know, right? Tomorrow it'll probably be December 31st again. But that's true, it definitely flies very, very fast as well. And yeah, I wanted to have something different for the icon as well. Very happy with how it turned out. I was trying to do something a bit more complex initially, but I whittled it down to what I have now. Lucinda going, well, you did manage to stay up until midnight last night, but you were just eating and getting ready for bed, so you didn't celebrate, just kind of whispered Happy New Year since Necro had already gone to bed. That's good that you're going well, and that you went through until after midnight as well. But that's definitely a good way to celebrate it too. You know, just relax as you can and getting some nom-noms. So that's really good.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
The Maria Narcissa, perhaps, is the name of the boat.
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Wait! That you? Wait!
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! I'm sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have a wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make her play ball. You see? They got it writing for us. Please! Please! Oh! I'm sorry! Please don't hurt me! Ah!
Alright, so we're just about to finish episode 3. I will be ending the stream after finishing this chapter, but I want to let the cutscenes when the next chapter starts to play out before doing so. Just to add, just to act as like a bit of a coming soon or up next in Alan Wake, you know, playing into the whole episodic nature of the game.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice.
There you go, Alan.
Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy.
Part of the big backstory element obviously deals with Thomas Zane, the diver and the poet, Barbara Jacker, Emil Hartman, and Cynthia Weaver, all in this 60s, 70s landscape in this story. I mean, Thomas Zane is a very kind of important character. Also somebody who wrote and also somebody who is now as the diver, very much guiding Alan Wake, but in some ways also haunting him. And many of these elements are set as part of that backstory.
I understand you're confused. I would be more...
Oliver, Happy New Year to you too, dude. I really hope you have a great year this year. Thank you very much for the Happy New Year wishes as well, dude. How's things going? Sorry about the timing, Oliver, but I'm actually going to be ending the stream now. I'm going to quit to the main menu. Just wanted to have that intro to episode 4 play out. I hope things are going well, Oliver. Before I end the stream, and we're going to raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing The Last of Us Part 2, I want to give some shout-outs to some streamers I'd like to recommend. Oliver, things are going great. You had plenty of fun with the family. Excellent. That's really good to hear, dude. It's great to have time with family, and that's really good that you enjoyed it. Oh, I did, Oliver, yeah. It was really good, thank you. Not sure what that actually means, Ciala. definitely like to recommend people check out the following streamers. AC, who's doing the Outlast trials. In Meta is doing Death Stranding, the director's cut. I'm in a Bear Suit has been doing the remake of Resident Evil 1 on original GameCube hardware, playing on a CRT as well. Lucinda has been doing some Dead Island 2, but also a variety of different things. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. Pearly Snow has been playing Clair Obscure Expedition 33. QuickDex is doing a playthrough of Cyberpunk 2077. Scar does World of Warcraft. Shillerlock is doing Assassin's Creed Mirage. Shaky has been doing Far Cry 6. Shin the Ninja Penguin has been doing Yakuza 0, the director's cut version. And Vegas Glaive has been doing Killer Frequency. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. That's all good, Ogorki, for the stream. I hope that you have a good one. Sayala, Otsukare from Japanese language. Otsukare-sama desata, meaning thank you for your hard work, is like appreciating. And sometimes can be considered as a thank you for your stream. Oh, nice, Sayala, cool. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I didn't actually realize. Yeah, I didn't know that's what it meant, but that's really cool. That's okay, Bearsuit, for the shout out. No worries at all, dude. And Lucinda, same to you as well. No problem at all for the shout out. No worries. Dex, no problem for the shout out either, dude. More than happy to give you one as well. The next stream that you'll see from me will be this again, for my Friday game. I don't know if I'll start Alan Wake 2 tomorrow, or if I'll wait till Saturday. But in any case, if you see me streaming Alan Wake Remastered again, or you see me streaming Alan Wake 2, it just means that I finished this game and jumped into Alan Wake 2. Hey there, Lone. Oh yeah, sorry about the timing for that, dude. Happy New Year to you, though. Thank you so much for joining. Would also definitely like to recommend people check out Lone Star as well. Has been doing a playthrough of Nice Day for Fishing. Hello there, Spectrum. Goodbye there, Spectrum. Hope things are going well. Here's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. And I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. And there's a raid message for subscribers as well. We'll go and see how Crocodiles is going with The Last of Us Part 2, the remastered version. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. Hope that everyone has a great rest of your day or night, whichever the case may be, and also have a great 2026 as well. You just woke up as well, did you, Spectrum? Oh, that's definitely fair enough. I hope you have a great day. Lone, thank you for the shout out, Rod. Your hope stream was good. No worries at all, Lone, for the shout out. And the stream was really good. I got the first 3 chapters finished today. So in tomorrow's stream, I'll work on the next 3. But yeah, it's been really good. It's been good to revisit this game. And this is the second time playing with the remastered video commentary active. So it's been good to re-experience that too as well, because the last time I had it active was in 2021 when this remaster came out. Hope that everyone has a good one, and catch you in the next one.